Today is the 24th of January 2019, and this is a conversation between Emilio Longo and IIiya Mirochnik. IIiya, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Skill-Based Art, a learning resource for art students and artist teachers. Thank you for agreeing to speak with me today. I'm looking forward to discussing issues which seem to be of great interest to us both.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm really honored, and I really appreciate you taking the time to reach out and prepare for the interview and talk about my art, my education, and all that. I'm quite excited.
Great, me too, IIiya. So let's get a start. So you were born in Odessa, Ukraine in 1988. In 1990, at the age of 2, you immigrated to Israel, and then in 1993, at the age of 5, to the United States, specifically to Brooklyn with your family. Can you provide some information regarding your youth in Israel and Odessa?
In all honesty, I was thinking of all that, and I keep thinking about that. And the main issue is that I don't remember anything
Sure.
except for a few. Except for a few. I mean, I was a kid, and that's understandable. But on the other hand, when speaking to some people, I realized that they have these early memories from a young age,
Yeah.
a much younger age than any of the ones that I have, and so that was kind of it's kind of enlightening to find out that there's like a gap almost. I mean, I have a few, like there are some people I kind of recall. I recall my like apartment house, even though I think I saw an image of it and it doesn't look anything like I remember it, which is understandable. So I probably kind of yeah, I don't know if I remember anything. I mean, there are a few, but they're kind of inconsequential, I think. And so the interesting thing about it is that I don't know. It could be kind of an issue with immigrating at a young age and kind of and being acquainted with some people and beginning to go to kindergarten, but then kind of being pulled out of it. I have no idea. So I can't even answer the question because I don't have a lot
That's
to
okay.
recall.
That's all right.
Yeah.
How did you find the process of relocating and adapting to another country?
I mean, as a kid, I think it comes relatively easy. I mean, that's sort of the issue that I was talking about. It's there were probably problems that I had
Sure.
in doing that, but I don't really remember what they were because I was only a kid, and
Sure.
so. But I think a part of it is that I don't remember anything. So maybe it was hard on me, and I blocked all of it out. I have no idea.
Sure. Okay. So
But
you're in.
aside from all that, as far as I go, I apologize for interrupting. But, I mean, but aside from all that, as far as I can recall, I went to school. I had people I hung out with. I like I learned English automatically because I was just in that environment, and it was all
Sure.
okay.
Were you speaking English when you immigrated?
No, I was not.
Oh, okay. Sure. Now, your interest in art started at age 11, which was fostered predominantly through comic books. Were you one of those kids that copied images extensively from comics?
I did copy a bit, but I can't say that I did it a lot. I mean, I it was mostly a topic of like it was something to talk about with the people I hung out with.
Sure.
So we'd come up with an idea for a comic, and I'd illustrate a character, and somebody else would illustrate some other character. But my parents, they saw that I was interested in this, and so I even remember a book like it wasn't a good book of by any means, but it was a book on characters in comics, and it gave you this basic understanding of some kind of outlines and and how to put a costume on paper and stuff like that. So basically, that's how it all began
Sure.
with comics, and then a few of these books on on comics.
Absolutely.
And yeah, but I can't really say that I copied a lot. I
No?
did. I copied a bit, and probably I could have copied more. Now that I think of it, it would have been good practice.
Sure. So were you just drawing things mainly from your imagination then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
mainly from my imagination, and as I said, if I did copy, I would copy out of these books, like these books about comics and about the art of comics, and not comics on their own.
Sure, sure. I
Which
see.
is, I'm not, yeah.
That,
Now that I think about it, it should have been the other way around. Like if I had a student ask me, I would tell them to copy the comics and not the books about comics.
absolutely.
Interestingly enough, yeah.
Sure. Okay.
But I didn't know any better.
Sure,
And that was all
sure.
I had. So
All right, that's fine. Now, your parents were supportive of your interest in art, and eventually they introduced you to the Russian academic tradition and subsequently to the Repin Academy in St. Petersburg, Russia. What was your initial reaction to learning that such an academy still existed?
um, I mean, I thought it was incredible. I saw images and all of that. It's the building, and I saw a bit of art that was being done by people who were trained in that tr- tradition. But I honestly, at the age, I didn't know that there were any other art schools,
Okay,
and so that was kind of the only art. I mean, obviously, like over time, I learned of others, but that was kind of the only art school I knew of at the time. So the path that I was on was kind of obvious. It was like, okay, so art education has to end up in that art school, and so that was it.
I see.
Um, yeah, there were a few. There were also a few magazines
Okay,
that my parents ordered.
I see.
I don't think, and they were quite old, but and I don't think they come out anymore. But they're basically about like art education and art in like with like teenagers in like not necessarily in the academy, but in other art schools. And there are images of the exams and interviews with artists, and so that was also a part. I had a few of those magazines, and that kind of gave me an understanding of the academy. And of
Sure.
course, that has nothing to do with what the actual academy is. Like that was me imagining the academy, and the thing is that my parents did introduce me to the school, but they also did not really know what the school, actually is, because they had heard of it and they knew people who had gone there. But it's the only way you find out what it is if you're actually in there.
Sure. And
It's always the
I'm presuming that when you found out about the school, were you in America by that point?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I
Sure.
was about 12 or so, maybe slightly older.
Sure. Now, the Repin Academy, formerly known as the Imperial Academy of Arts, the full title of which today is the IIiya Repin State Institute of Painting, Sculpture and Architecture, is the longest continuing art academy in the world, which has preserved a 250-year-old academic approach to art education that remains independent from the Western world's fascination with the avant-garde and alternatively more modern modes of art theory and production. This has situated the Academy as a predominant Russian institution with direct lineage to the unadulterated body of knowledge concerning the traditional principles and methods of pre-20th century drawing, painting, sculpture, and even architecture. Can you explain the cultural and political reasons as to why Russia has remained conservative and upheld and preserved the realist tradition over the centuries?
I have I think that the the people of the country in
Hmm.
general are conservative,
I see.
and you can see this in the politics.
Sure.
Because of that, there's always a group. a group of people who kind of are incredibly opposed to the majority that is as conservative as it is, and occasionally because of that, there are these incredible outbursts, of avant-garde art and revolutions, and this is in politics, in art, in literature, in culture as a whole.
Sure.
It doesn't kind of develop on its own.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of develops in these incredible bursts of activity that are then, like, after which then there's a long period of stagnation. And so I think the Academy is just kind of a part of that.
Sure.
I think that, I mean, on the one hand, if you think of it, like Catherine the Great, she
Mm-hmm.
started the Academy.
Sure.
And on its own, that was an incredible progressive attempt to build an art institution and modernize the country.
Sure.
But at the same time, it was an art institution that was akin to like it was supposed to be an academy as a concept, a lot like the Beaux-Arts
Yes.
in Paris, which is like it's an edifice of quality control over the art of the country.
Yes.
And so that in itself as a concept is extremely conservative.
Absolutely. Sure.
So yeah, it's complicated. Like it's always a combination of this attempt to be kind of modern and active and all of this, and then there's the opposite end of it.
Sure.
Which is kind of how the country is, and the people are in general, I think.
Sure. So just to clarify there, IIiya, the Repin Academy is based off of the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, right?
I think in a way, it's based on like all the art academies that they could explore. And they would go to Italy and Paris, and they'd go to Amsterdam and take everything they could in order to build up the country at that particular point in time. So there are elements that were taken out of the Beaux-Arts Academy, of course.
Great. I understand that between 1922 to 1932, the Academy lost its connection to traditional teaching due to the Russian avant-garde movement. Can you explain more about this period of the Academy's history?
Well, that's kind of the part that I was talking about. That was like a moment following this, following this period of stagnation and building up in the culture that kind of that erupted in this period of extreme experimentation in art and abstraction and all of that.
Sure.
The interesting thing about it was that I think that's the movement over there actually that started everything else everywhere else.
I see.
And so because Matisse and Picasso and all these modernists that we are aware of, we're looking at that art that was coming out of these avant-garde movements. And so I think, but also it was part of a culture, it was like during the World War, all of the uprisings in the country, the communist revolution, and all the stuff that was happening. And I think there were bunch of people who, and this was all over, this was everywhere. I think it was just a bunch of people who thought that it was clearly an end to everything that existed earlier, and they were attempting to build up, an art of the, like a different art, a different everything, a different culture, and they thought that the art that they were producing was better at describing the culture in which they were in.
Sure.
That's always kind of an issue, and that's always a problem, because that isn't ever the case, because every culture thinks that the art that they have is a part of the culture that they're in, and everything that came earlier isn't as accurate.
I see.
And
Sure.
so, and then there's a movement that comes after that negates the one that came earlier, and so that's just kind of endless.
Absolutely. So during this point in the academy, the traditional curriculum was starting to break down. Is that right?
I think, yeah. I mean, I think they dismantled it entirely.
Entirely. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was harsh.
Sure. Sure.
They thought it wasn't important.
Sure. However, after 1932, due to Stalin's influence and the election of the painter Isaac Brodsky as the Academy's new director, the Academy began to rebuild its traditionalist foundation, and in time, the academic training was restored. Do you believe this restoration of the lost techniques and methods of the past is completely restored, or is it a work in progress?
That's hard to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Because on the one hand, I don't think you can restore anything, but of course you kind of can. And Brodsky was a student of Repin
Sure.
himself, and so he kind of already had it all.
Sure.
If you even take a look at his art, it's very interesting, because there are the paintings that he did on his own, and then there are the paintings that he did that were sort of these public pieces,
Mm-hmm.
and it's as if they're painted by two completely different people.
Mm-hmm.
The paintings that he did on his own are kind of post-impressionistic, and there's some kind of experimentation with the color and all of that, while the paintings that he did that were public didn't have any of that. They were,
Sure.
As academic as they could be. So even within him, kind of picked to build the academy again, there were these aspects of his character that is kind of, it's not easy to put them into a criteria.
Sure.
that I can think of. But I think they did build it back up, and they established a school. They kind of altered they built it back up, but they didn't go back to the way that the academy was earlier. I think they established a different way of constructing a classroom,
Mm-hmm.
and where and like what happens in one part of the school, and then moving on. Like, it was based on the old academy, but it had important changes, because it was supposed to be a school for everyone. It was like,
Sure.
it was, so as opposed to a school that primarily, was about making a class of artists to be part of an aristocracy
Mm-hmm.
of artists, if
Mm-hmm.
you will. They had to kind of adapt to a different political environment. And even if the education, and I'm sure we'll talk about this as well, but like even if in general the education was as it used to be, stylistically,
Mm-hmm.
the art was not what it used to be, I think.
Sure. Now, what part did the Leningrad School of Painting play in this role in this period of the Academy's history?
This is this is interesting because I actually did the the term is kind of complicated because when I heard of it, I was still a kid,
Mm-hmm.
and it was basically just explained as primarily a distinction in a distinction in color.
I
So
see.
yeah, so the schools in that school was about a palette that was kind of that was not extremely chromatic. It was about colorful but muted colors, and that was pretty much it.
I see.
While the Moscow school was the
Mm,
opposite. It was about color and all of that. So that was the only distinction that I had in my mind for quite some time.
mm-hmm.
And then when I actually arrived at the academy, it was interesting because at that point I realized, and I found out afterwards, that this is actually what they call that particular school of painting. Is it does have something to do with color, but in general, it's mostly about a group of art, like a fairly large amount of artists who painted plein air in that area, and that's kind of
Sure.
it. So it's just that. At the same time, I've also heard the term applied to essentially every artist who had some connection to the academy, and
I
by that
see.
I mean, those artists who maybe went to school in the academy, didn't necessarily teach at the academy, but weren't opposed to
I
the
see.
academy, because there was kind of an underground, and there was an underground who didn't think anything of the academy and had no part of it, and then there was an underground who was educated at the academy, but then went against it. I don't think those artists are part of that school.
So the
It's only
Lenin,
the artists.
sorry, the Leningrad
Yeah,
School very much for the Academy.
I think so. I mean, I don't think they were always like actively about it, but they thought that the education was extremely important,
Sure.
and it was a part of who they were as artists.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And their work as well, Ilya, it had that underlying academic foundation, correct?
I think so. I
Yeah,
think so. Yeah.
sure. Can you provide some information about the group of painters that were known as the Peredvineshniki?
Um, yeah. And I mean, they are kind of the painters that everyone is aware of, both inside the country and outside of the country, and
Sure.
it's often translated as itinerants.
That's right. Yep.
And they were a group of artists at the academy. Well, actually, they were still in the academy, and they simply had a problem with the painting that they had to do at the end in order to graduate.
Sure.
And so at the time, all of the topics were given out, and I think that the topic that they had was something about Odin
Mm-hmm.
in Valhalla,
I see.
which I think is awesome, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what the problem was, but they were more interested in picking a concept for a painting on their own in the academy, but actually, no. It's not. It's not that it was a piece that they had to do in order to graduate.
Mm-hmm.
It was something akin to the Prix de Rome in Paris. It was a big competition, and if you got it, it was awesome and all of that. And so, regardless, they weren't happy with the topic, and then they complained. And when they told them that they're not going to change anything, they decided to organize into a group of their own.
Sure.
And and I mean, like, it didn't happen the way that it happened in with the Impressionists,
Mm-hmm.
mainly because the Impressionists weren't really part of the academy.
Yes.
They were against the academy, but they weren't necessarily a part of it. Here, these were the people who were definitely a part of it,
Mm-hmm.
educated in it, but decided that it was a bit that they could explore something else, and they wanted to. And so they organized a group, and then some artists from that group organized a different group that essentially became the Virochnik, or the itinerants, and that's and the reason that they're called that is because they were interested in having a traveling exhibition.
Sure.
Which is awesome, and that's a great concept, and I'm not actually aware if that's where that concept came from. I feel like I'm sure that they had traveling exhibitions
Mm-hmm.
before that, but maybe not on like a scale that they were able to organize them. Possibly that's the thing.
Sure. And that seems fitting because I think another term that the group is called is the Wanderers. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I've
Yeah.
heard that.
Yeah. So just to clarify, Ilya, when we're thinking about the itinerants, these comprise the artists Shishkin, Kramskoy, Serov, all the famous Russian artists, right?
Almost all of them. I mean, a group of them. I mean, Serov.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Was not. I don't think. For some reason, it doesn't seem that he was a part of it.
I see.
I mean, I think he was still a kid,
Mm-hmm.
and so I don't think. I mean, maybe if they were still having exhibitions, it was like later on they included him, but he wasn't a part of the original group of artists. But I think after, like, it became, I think, to some degree, as with all these things, it became kind of an institution of its own. And
Sure.
so because of that, there were artists who were then invited into it and could be part of an exhibition and all of that.
Sure.
And yeah, it includes but it includes a lot of them, and they were all quite interesting. And I mean, it was all kind of it was like Kramskoy was kind of in charge of it, I think.
Okay.
He wasn't in the academy at the time, but I think the students were definitely influenced by him, and he was sort of happy to be in charge.
Sure.
Which is interesting because you can think that there's a parallel between that kind of relationship and the one with the Impressionists.
Yeah.
And Manet,
Sure.
who I don't think was as happy to be in charge of them, because he was still interested in being to some degree a part of the academy.
That's right. Sure. And
But that was not the case in Russia.
Sure. Sure. And Manet obviously rejected the term impressionism, and he preferred to be called a realist instead.
He did. It's true.
Yeah.
But that was not the case. Kramskoy was extremely happy to stick it
Sure.
to the academy. The interesting thing is, though, is that they weren't against the technique.
Mm-hmm.
they had all of the technique, and they like that was the point of it. They were against the concepts.
The concepts, sure, yeah,
Yeah, and that's the interesting part.
sure, yeah.
So, yeah,
In referring
it's
to,
the movement. Yeah.
in referring to the differences of Western and Russian academic training, you had this to say, quote, "At its best, the kind of training you get at the Repin Academy and elsewhere in Russia is a lot more open-ended than here," unquote. What do you mean by open-ended?
I don't. I mean, I remember that I described it as that,
Mm-hmm.
but I would probably not say that right now
Sure.
in the same way. I think. I mean, I think what I mean by that is primarily that that despite the fact that it is an academy and there is kind of there is a way that the education, you know, the way it looks on paper and the way it looks in actuality, all of that, I think, and all that's important and kind of constant, but I still think that the best teachers, they still encouraged individuality.
Yes, sure.
And that I think is what I meant by open-ended, which is not a great, I could have at the time come up with a better way of saying that. But so I think that, yeah, they encourage this individuality, which I think is very interesting, because that doesn't, it kind of places it in between what I tend to observe in kind of like in art colleges,
Mm-hmm.
and also in ateliers.
Sure.
And I think in ateliers there's not a lot of individuality. In
Absolutely.
some cases, hardly any.
Yeah.
And then in art colleges, it's all about that. So there is no technique. The whole point is to go the other
Complete
way
opposite.
entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the best teachers at the academy were able, insofar as they could, which wasn't always easy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was. We're kind of right in between that, and that I think
Sure.
is important.
Sure. I understand there was a time when the Repin Academy was reluctant to share its working methods with the rest of the world and was also hesitant to accept applicants from foreign students. Are you aware of why this was so?
Mm. I'm not sure that's the case. I think I don't think that they they didn't want to accept anyone. I mean, it was just that the country as a whole was not open for a long period of time.
Sure.
And so, but I do know that during that time there there was actually quite a large amount of people at the academy from other communist countries, from China
Mm-hmm.
and Cuba and all of that. But including some students out of Asia and Africa also, like out of different parts of Asia that aren't only in China and Korea, which are the obvious ones.
Sure.
And so they were always in the academy. It's just that you couldn't really enter the country as it is. So it wasn't just that not much was known about the academy. I think not much was known about a lot of institutions in the country.
Sure.
And the other problem is that they don't really care to speak English.
Okay. Yeah.
They didn't care about it, or to have anything in English. And so there is a ton of information actually, but it's not. It's all in a different language.
Sure. And
It's all in Russian.
that's still the case today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It is. I think it's opening up though. I think it was interesting because I actually think the people in the academy at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
and it hasn't been that long since I was over there, and so some of the people who are currently completing their education at the academy kind of arrived just as I was completing my education at the academy. But even the difference between the class that I was in and that class is that I do feel that the kids right now, I'll call them that, they speak English a lot better than most of the people in my class. I mean, I spoke English obviously, but and some people did speak it, but in general, not that much. But now I see them all on Instagram. I see them everywhere. Like they're kind of connected a bit more than
Sure.
than the people in my class were.
Sure.
And that I think is kind of, it's a product of the internet more than
Absolutely.
anything else, really.
Absolutely. In 2000 or 2001, at the age of 12 or 13, you discovered the Bridgeview School of Fine Arts in New York, a school which is dedicated to preserving and passing on the Russian academic tradition in America, which was founded in 2001 by two artists, John Murray, who trained in the United States and in Florence, and Lena Murray, who studied with and was friends with many Soviet-trained artists with whom she started the school. Can you tell me a little more about the history and philosophy as well as the working methods of this school?
I it's gone it's I mean it's gone through a few alterations
Sure.
ever since it opened. Like it started it's still all in one area
Sure.
of it's it's in Queens in New York, but it started in one building, and the studio could accommodate a larger amount of people at the time, but they also had kind of a sculpture area with remarkable sculptors who were the instructors,
Sure.
and that was incredible. And I was a student of these sculptors as well. And then they moved to a different building, which was slightly smaller, and then the sculpture part was not part of that studio, but it was still in the building, and then that became its own school. And so the school currently is a bit smaller, I think. I mean, I'm not sure it's smaller in terms of the amount of people, but it's smaller in terms of the studio that they have, and there isn't a sculptural component.
Sure.
It's painting and kind of it's mostly on the painting is the primary what's the word?
A form of instruction?
Yes, that's the word. Yeah, that's the idea. And
Sure.
but I think it's the interesting thing about it was that there were a large amount of teachers, and there weren't any from the academy, but they were all part of some other academy, either in Ukraine or Moscow or somewhere else, which had like it was like the education that they got was comparable to what it was in the academy.
Sure.
And I think that was the best part of it, because it was not a school that had a program that everyone had to be a part of. It was just a large amount of people, all who had a certain kind of education, but not the exact same kind of education.
Sure.
And so you got exposed to different parts of it. And I basically, I painted and drew, and I worked on casts, things like that. Like all that was still a part of it. Like you would always observe and analyze and construct and do the whole, and there's a tiny bit of anatomy and things like this. But it was kind of all. There was something about it that I would then later on, in some way, experience at the academy, and I haven't seen that in any other place.
Sure.
It's a great place. Yeah.
It sounds fascinating. I mean, considering that you had teachers from academies in Ukraine and Moscow, I mean, that's just incredible.
Yeah, it was.
Now,
Yeah, it's a great place. It
sure.
really is.
You would come to take classes there on a part-time basis for 4 years. Can you elaborate on the course of training you embarked on during your time there? You've touched on this a little bit already.
I have, yeah. It was basically I'd come a couple of times a week if I could,
Hmm.
and if there was a cast, I'd work on the cast, and the teachers would come around and talk about it. I painted still lives as well. Occasionally, I would work on a portrait or something like that. It was not like, I can't say that there was like a structured component to the education.
Sure.
It was just like, here is an object. Let's put that object on paper, put it onto a piece of paper. And that's kind
Sure.
of it for
Wow.
the most part. But that kind of is education, right?
Right.
That is the goal here, to observe and practice that.
Sure.
So
Okay.
yeah,
Good.
yeah, I can't necessarily elaborate on the like the particulars of the program. I do though. I mean, I could elaborate on like on some things that I kept for a long time. Like there were people who taught th- there that really instilled an interest in me, instilled an interest in art history.
Okay.
And that I thought was very important because I carried that on.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like to think of everything in the context of art history.
Okay.
And it was basically just because they would talk about artists and talk about exhibitions that were happening and have books out. And so it wasn't only about the technique or the objects in front of me, but it was also about putting them into a context of art history
Sure. And
and the
what?
techniques of art history.
Sure. And was art history taught through lectures?
No, no, no. That's the interesting part of it. It was not taught that way at all. It was basically, like if you're doing something on like on a canvas, like they would come up and speak to you about the technical aspects of it, but
Mm-hmm.
also give you enormous amounts of examples of it in art history.
I see. I see.
So it was that, and then that in turn made you interested and opened up an interest in art history, and then you'd go home and open up books and learn about it and find out about artists, and it became like, I think that was one of the most important things that happened there. It was all put into a context.
Sure. And I would add to that, Ilya, that perhaps one of the most important things you could do as a young art student is to familiarize yourself with images from art history.
Absolutely, it really is, and that's kind of, and honestly, and I attempt to do that with the students I currently have, and and that I find is the biggest issue. Like, I ask them about
Mm-hmm.
artists that they're interested in,
Mm-hmm.
even, and I do, and there are hardly any answers. Or if
Sure.
there are, it's never from art history. It's always from Instagram or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's some contemporary art, and that's great. Like, it's fine. Enjoy and take a look at what's happening today. Like, I would have to say that I did not do enough of that, perhaps. Like,
Sure.
I had no idea what was going on in art today. Like, I had to do a lot of catching. I had no idea what was going on, past the like 1800s. But
Wow.
that's annoying, and that's a problem. I think that's not that great.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but that's okay,
Mm-hmm.
because it's kind of easy to catch up after that. But
Sure.
today, the opposite is the problem.
That's
That
right.
they don't like if they had any idea of what was going on in the 1800s, that would be incredible. But don't even like. But it's not even that. It's like it's what's happening currently. It's and I think the main issue with that, and I'm not saying everyone by any means,
Hmm.
but I think the main issue with that is the ease of Instagram and the internet, because you don't
Sure.
have to actually. And I'm going kind of on a rant against about Instagram, but the problem is that in order to learn about art history, you kind of have to open stuff up. Like you have to open up a book or go online and actually like explore a topic.
Sure.
Even though I would think with the internet that's easier than ever before, perhaps. But it's the problem with Instagram is that it just pops up, so you have like what you need right in front of you right away. Like you don't need to think
Sure.
about it. You don't need to engage with that at all. And so that's the biggest problem,
Sure.
because it's never put into context. And so and because of that, I just don't. Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue. So I attempt to talk about artists, and I have examples of artwork, and then
Sure.
as much as I can. Yeah.
Great. So just going back to Bridget for a moment,
Hmm.
I understand the school is partially committed to the teaching of children. Can you provide some information as to what is happening with the school today?
Um, it is there are tons of kids there,
Sure.
and that was always the case. That was always the case. I think that right now maybe it's slightly more the case than it used to be, but there were always a ton of kids, including the fact that when I was a student there, I was also a kid.
Yeah.
I was a slightly older kid. They teach children like from a very young age
Mm-hmm.
all the way into high school. But what is incredible is that they have prepared an incredible amount of kids to get into either art colleges or high schools
Mm-hmm.
with an art department or something like that, myself included.
Yes.
And the crazy part about that is that I heard there was someone who was telling me that there are these programs that prepare kids in high school to get into art colleges
Mm-hmm.
by doing all of their art, the
The portfolio.
portfolio that they need to get into a school
Mm-hmm.
is not done by the kids.
Oh, wow.
There's some of that. I was told this by a colleague that
Okay.
he heard from some students that like their portfolio was prepared by like a school or something. And what he meant by that is that it was actually prepared by the school. It was not prepared by the kid.
So the school's actually making the work.
Yes.
Wow, that's problematic.
Which, oh, it's horrible. I mean, it's terrible because then these kids don't know how to do anything, and then they go to the school, and then it's a disaster.
Sure, yeah.
But this was not ever the case at Bridgeview.
Good.
And that was the incredible part. Like you made your, I mean, they would come up to you and they'd like, they'd tell you what was wrong and they'd demonstrate some things, but they would not ever do your portfolio. Like it was education.
Great, great.
And that's the great part, because then the kids who made this portfolio were prepared to go to the art school. And if they got in, they earned it. And they
Fantastic.
were capable of it. And that's the kind of the incredible part about that school.
Great, great. Sounds fantastic. Now, in 2002, you were accepted into LaGuardia High School of the Arts. Now, I understand visual arts education is taken very seriously in Russia, even from an early age. Can you explain why this is so?
That I think that's just the approach they have about everything.
Okay.
If you are interested, like it's common to ask. I think it's common everywhere for the most part, but it's common to ask a kid, what are you interested in? And if you're interested in this, then you're enrolled in classes and and courses and all of this. And art is thought about like in the same way that you think of it of education on a musical instrument.
Sure.
Yeah, you start early because it doesn't necessarily work the same way, I think, because there are some technical aspects to playing a musical instrument.
Absolutely.
And so I don't think there are any real technical aspects to art. Like the amount, like it's all in your head. So
Really?
I think so. I mean, if you hatch, or if there's some kind of, that's not really the same kind of technique as if you would, do something incredibly complex on a musical instrument. I think
Mm-hmm.
it exists, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's something that you really need to start early on to get that technique. At the same time, I do think it's nice to start early because you're able to just absorb certain concepts, I think, easier when you're a kid.
Sure. Yes.
Um, but I have some I have different kinds of experiences with this because I've taught kids and I was a kid also when I
Mm-hmm.
was in art school. So I tend to think I have found that when you teach some older people, because they're more aware,
Mm-hmm.
they're able to concentrate on a problem on paper, let's say,
Yes.
and take care of it, and then they move on to a different problem. A kid, it's hard to find not even a kid, but like a younger person who is in high school, and they're interested in art. I get it. There's also a ton of other stuff happening. There's like the schoolwork and
Mm-hmm.
all this other stuff that interests you when you're a young kid, kind of entering, uh, like entering early adulthood, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think that kids can focus on the problem as clearly.
I
And
agree.
so because of that, the I'm sure there's some that can, but in general, I don't think they can is do that. So the basic idea of the education at that point becomes practice.
Sure.
So they're not necessarily focusing on a problem, which maybe if they were able to, they would need to practice, like to practice this issue, this thing that they're encountering, to the same extent if they were
Mm-hmm.
to just focus on it, isolate it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, just the amount of practice will take care of it on its own. So the main issue is that like it becomes more intuitive
Mm-hmm.
earlier on, but I don't think the kids as they get older are always aware of what this problem is because they just took care of it kind of intuitively without really thinking about it and so on.
Sure.
And so like that's the so that's my personal experience with this. I think it's good. On the other hand, I think it's good to simply expose younger people to art earlier.
Yes.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but they just think you start early. They honestly think you start early with everything. So
Sure. Okay.
especially when it comes to art and to things that are part of culture in that way,
Sure.
instruments and all.
Yes. And I completely agree with you there, Ilya. It is very challenging to teach children, fundamental art skills when there is so much emphasis just on being creative. I mean, kids just want to get colorful and have fun, and
Exactly.
it's very hard to get them to focus just on, academic drawing and to teach them how to approach a certain problem and things like that.
And that's actually interesting because right now there are people. I mean, there are people who I went to school with who currently are teaching kids over there
Mm-hmm.
in Russia.
Yes.
And there is a way that they approach it. Like it's kind of open
Mm.
earlier on, and they do allow them to just experiment. But then they are able to kind of remove like bit by bit that experimentation
Mm-hmm.
after they've spent some time exploring and kind of home in on like a technical aspect
Yes.
of a thing. So it's because they've been doing it for as long as they have.
Mm-hmm.
There's a way that it works actually. Like, for example, the way that they approach a color is actually kind of remarkable.
Is it?
They start
Okay.
with it very early on, and they don't. And the interesting thing is, they don't tell the kids how to make the colors.
Okay. That's
So the
interesting.
kids have, but they still have to observe.
Sure, sure.
And so it's something in front of them, and they see a color, so they have to attempt to make the color on their own. And like as a rule, you as the instructor aren't allowed to tell them what to use to mix a color.
Okay.
You are allowed to, like, if you see that they're not able to do it, you're able to say, well, why don't you experiment with adding a green there? It'll help or something.
Sure.
Like, you're able to guide them
Mm-hmm.
towards coming up with it on their own, which I think is awesome, because then they are realizing that there's a problem and they're trying to solve that problem on their own.
Yes. That's a
And I think
fascinating theory.
starting that earlier
Mm-hmm.
is not so bad. And then afterwards you can add on. So like all of the stuff, yeah, I think it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's hard
Mm-hmm.
to teach kids, because but I think that's the part of it, is that you have to find a way to like allow them to encounter a problem, and yet at the same time they're not really thinking about it in a way that's organized, right? They're thinking about it in
Sure.
a way that's like a child, and
Sure.
that's yeah. And I was offered to teach in Bridgeview. I did.
Yes.
I taught adults almost exclusively, and that's kind of who I prefer to teach and the thing I know how to do. But
Mm-hmm.
they offered me to teach a kids class, and I hadn't done it before. And these were really small kids. I think they
Okay.
were around 8.
Wow.
And I thought it would be a challenge, and I said okay. And God, it was the hardest thing ever. Just the hardest thing ever. It was yeah. And I am and it was extremely enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
I was though it was a shorter class than any of my adult classes, and I was actually more exhausted from that one, because you're like, and I would get angry and I'd scream at them, and they would never perceive me as an instructor. They thought I was just a guy to hang out with,
Sure, sure.
which I thought was on the one hand kind of awesome, because they were cool kids,
Mm.
but I think I was able to, like, but there is, like, you really have to find a way to try to teach some or other concept at the same time as you're entertaining them,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
and that's the hard part. But I mean, I'm not sure I'd go back to it, but it was an interesting experience, and one that I think kind of puts a lot of things into context for me now.
Absolutely. And one thing that you have to
But I
take
was
in.
not an authority. I was not an authority for any of these kids. They did not think of me as an authority at all.
Sure, sure. And one thing, a factor to take into consideration when teaching children is that whole idea of behavior management, which puts a different dimension on your teaching as if you were teaching adults, which, perhaps that isn't such a factor.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's and in all honesty, that's the part I hate. Like, that's why I like to teach adults and older. I mean, and like older kids, is because you could treat them as adults. Like, you
Exactly.
don't need to. And I don't, like, I'm not going to make anyone come to class.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now that I teach at a college, I sort of slightly have to, but it's not the same way. Like, I tell them early on that, like, you are adults.
Mm-hmm.
You want to come to class, and you come to class. Like,
Absolutely.
you must be interested in this.
Absolutely.
And then if you are, then I see you are, and then I am interested in you. Like
Fantastic.
I'm interested in your progress. That's the only way it could work. At the same time, there are some people who aren't interested, but you feel like it's because they're maybe insecure or afraid of something. So you do have to kind of approach them from a different angle and try to motivate them in a new way.
Mm-hmm.
All of that, of course, exists, but at the same time, I don't think that it's my responsibility to tell them to be interested in art.
Sure.
I have to make, like, if they're already in this class, like, I have to keep them interested and have them exploring more and more and practicing more and more and all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it can't be, yeah. But the opposite is with kids. With kids, you got to tell them to not be talking and,
That's right.
calm down, don't run around. And then you realize that they have to because they have so much energy. So you allow them to do it,
Hmm.
and then they kind of relax. So it's the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And yet, in all honesty, you kind of have to do it with some adults, which is just which is terrible. It's like when it comes uh, to that, but what can you do?
Sure, sure. It's all part of teaching.
For sure, for sure.
If one wishes to become a painter, how many years can one expect to train in Russia?
Well, considering they start everyone early, the longest I've heard. Okay, so the art education, the classic complete art education
Hmm.
starts when when the kids are around 8 or so, 8 or
Wow.
9.
Hmm.
And it's an art. It's kind of like an. It used to be that it's kind of like an after-school art school,
Yes, yeah. I've heard
and
that.
but it adds an immense amount of hours. So they still
Yes.
have to go to the regular school because that's what everyone has to do, and then they have to go to this art school. And I don't think it's like every day of the week, but it's a large amount of time is spent there. And
Yes.
then it starts early and ends at the same time as high school ends,
Hmm.
and then you go to an art college,
Okay.
which is about 5 years or so.
Hmm.
So it's basically like, so like it's an art college. It's kind of like the concept in it's not like a college. It's not higher education.
Okay.
Um, and yet it somehow is. It's something in between higher education and non-high. Like it's weird. And
Okay.
then afterwards you go to the academy,
Wow. Okay.
which is just madness. And then before you get in, you probably have to go to the preparatory course to prepare for the
Sure.
entrance exams, and then you're finally in the academy, and then you're there for 1,000 years.
Wow.
So all in all, that's from 10, 15. Yeah, I knew a person who was essentially she graduated the academy, and she at that point had been in like an art school for about 20 years.
Wow. That's
It's
incredible.
madness. It's madness. Yeah.
Fascinating. Now, did your high school, LaGuardia High School of the Arts, did it have connections to the Russian academic tradition at all?
Not at all. No.
Not at all. Okay, so the
Not at all.
teachers that were teaching in that school, were they just basically trained from American art colleges, were they?
Yes. Yes, they were.
Sure.
And it was, yeah, in terms of the education, in terms of technique, uh, it didn't offer a lot. It in terms of technique in the way that I understand it, it offered um, an ability to experiment with different media,
Yes.
which was great. It offered an opportunity to just have a certain amount of hours, like every day of the week, that are devoted to art, regardless. So you might not be instructed, but you do get like certain hours in school in which during which you could practice.
Sure.
So that was a great thing to have.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the most important thing that really can come of it, and what I understood there was that because and LaGuardia is a well-known art school, and it's of its kind, and it's a conglomerate of the different departments that all have to do with the arts, and there's the art department, and then there's the the music department, and
Mm-hmm.
all these other artistic. I actually would spend most of the time with the people who played instruments,
Oh, okay.
because they and because they understood the concept of like a technique in
Absolutely.
and practice in the way that I was attempting to to understand in art. I mean, the art department is the largest department there, and there were people I knew there. I don't know a very large amount though who continued with art.
Okay. Sure.
Um, but it was the largest department, and what it did offer at the time was it gave you a feeling of an art community.
Yes. Yeah.
And that I think is very important because I think at that age, that's an interesting, like it's important to find out if you're okay with being in the art community. It's okay if you're interested in art, that's important. But are
Sure.
you also interested in being around artists, talking about art, hanging out with them? Because
Absolutely.
that's a major part of it. It's an important part of it. And so
Absolutely.
I understood early on that it was awesome. I liked it. And so I think it's good because then like even if you something in art moves you,
Hmm.
and yet you're somehow and you are just not interested in the art community, and I'm not sure that's possible, but perhaps,
Hmm.
then you can kind of plan accordingly, on like depending on like thinking about what college you want to go to and what you want to pursue
Sure.
as a career, like that. Yeah.
Sure. So, what did your art training comprise during high school? What sort of exercises or activities did they have you do?
In high school,
Yes.
uh, it was honestly it was structured a lot like an art college, like a fine arts college.
I
So
see.
it's nice that I had that experience. So you had like a class in print making.
Yeah.
You had a class in design and things like that. They even had an anatomy class in which they did not teach anatomy, which is interesting. Yeah, but they might have not taught anatomy, but there was a model in the room, so you would like observe a model in front of you,
Okay.
and so like you had all those opportunities without necessarily the kind of instructors. Like all of that is awesome
Hmm.
on paper. Like
Yes.
each class is great. Like there's something to be gained in all of these classes,
Sure.
if there's a proper instructor.
Absolutely. Sure.
Yeah,
I understand you
and
took.
that wasn't there. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I feel kind of like bad about that because there were some instructors who I think were just cool people, but
Sure.
I don't think that they were able to impart what they needed to.
Sure. Sure. I understand you took some classes at the Art Students League in New York in 2001 and again in 2005. Which teachers did you study under, and what did you learn from your time there?
Well, the I went to the Arts Students League and Bridgeview, and had a bit of and had a few private art classes, all at the time that I was in high school.
I see.
Uh, Mainly because, as I was just explaining, that wasn't happening in high school,
Right, right.
and so I needed to find like actual education outside of that.
Okay.
And that was great because then like I was able to get actual education and technique outside of high school, and then use the time I had in high school to put it into practice and have just hours of practice every day.
Sure,
So it worked out in that way. I think that was pretty good. Aside from like the practice after school and things like that.
sure.
But I started the Art Students League, and I used it primarily because the interesting thing about LaGuardia is that it actually had an entrance exam.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, in which you had to, I don't remember. There was a model, and you had to sketch the model. It wasn't very long.
Mm-hmm.
You had to have a portfolio as well, but you had to sketch the model. You had to come up with a still life from imagination or something like this. But yeah, so they had an exam, but I at the time I was young. I needed practice working from a model. So I took the class of Peter Cox, if I remember correctly. I think it's Peter Cox who it was a long time ago,
Mm-hmm.
who passed away not that long ago. And he would just occasionally, he'd come in and he'd walk around and he explained something to me that was actually really, really helpful. It was about like
Okay.
some kind of a hatch or some kind of a way to apply
Right.
apply a tone on paper, and I can recall it even now because like he put it on like the paper that I had in front of me, and I thought, my God, that's just awesome. It's so much
Wow.
better than the thing I was doing. And so, yeah, it was mainly to practice for the entrance exam. So I spent some time there. And then right at the end of high school, I took classes with Gervitz, Leonid Gervitz,
Okay.
who was actually there was one of the people who started Bridgeview. He was part of
Oh,
that.
I see. Right. Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't think that partnership worked out. I don't know the specifics of that. So he wasn't the teacher there when I was there.
Mm-hmm.
But then he did teach at the Art Students League, and then he had classes in his own studio. And he himself was a graduate of the Academy in St. Petersburg,
Oh, great.
as well as having taught there for about 20 years.
Wow.
This was interesting because afterwards, when I went to the Academy, I had instructors who were students of his.
Wow. That's incredible.
So that was crazy. Yeah, and I took his painting class for about a year, but rather intensively. I took both his painting class at the league as well as the one he had in his studio, kind of to prepare and kind of to paint a bit more on, kind of explore painting a bit more in order
Sure.
to prepare for the academy itself.
Fantastic. Great. Now, upon finishing high school in October 2006, at the age of 18, you traveled to St. Petersburg to attend the rigorous 7-year painting program at the Repin Academy. You also completed some preparatory courses for the entry exam prior to the initial 6-year program. Ultimately, the total time you spent in the academy was actually closer to 7.5 years. What a privilege. Now, I've heard that living in Russia can be challenging for a foreigner, and adapting to the discipline of the Russian Repin Academy's curriculum can take some time. Can you explain some of the challenges you faced in adapting to a new country and school?
Well, I have to tell you, it wasn't as hard as it was for some other people I
Sure.
knew who did not for example, only spoke English.
Mm-hmm.
I had the advantage of speaking the language, being familiar with the culture because I spoke it at home, and
Yes.
I knew the culture of my parents and my grandparents. And I mean, of course, that was something to adapt to because like when you arrive, you're speaking. That's kind of the issue of immigrants, right? Like if you immigrate to a different country, there's something that happens with your culture
Mm-hmm.
is that as the country moves on, you don't move on.
Sure. Yes.
And this I've seen a lot of time. I'm sure there are exceptions,
Mm-hmm.
but I've seen this a lot. And so like the culture of my parents was the culture of like the period pretty much right up to when they moved to Israel and then to the States. And so that was the culture that I knew. Obviously, you arrive and you find that all the people aren't interested in that kind of, in any of the things your parents are interested because they're not your parents, that they're my age now, and it's a very different thing. And the language that you use at home is definitely not the language that you use with your peers.
Sure.
But that's not that's not an issue of like learning a language. That's an issue of just getting the hang of it. And
Sure.
so I was able to catch up and understand what my instructors were telling me that that's already like enormous. That's a huge thing.
Sure.
So, and yeah, and then of course I did have to adapt to the school because you're in there. That was more work than I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
At that point, and I was unaccustomed to. At the same time, I was enjoying it because there's a model always, and you're practicing, so it's all awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a lot of work, and you end up. And I think to some degree this is sort of this is a common college experience. I see it here too, where I teach now
Mm-hmm.
at Ringling. I see it because kids have tons of work and they don't sleep,
Sure.
especially before final exams and all of that stuff. It's natural.
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of that, so that took some time to get used to. But other than that, I can't say. There were some cultural things, of course, as well. I can't really remember them at the moment now because they've kind of become a part of me. So
Sure.
I don't really remember the thing I got used to. Because that's the thing I'm saying. Like I was already kind of like I was already aware of it. So perhaps I wasn't used to it, but I was aware of it. Like if you arrive and it's completely you didn't even have an idea of what was going on.
Sure.
Then of course that can be hard.
Yeah.
But I knew what to expect, even if maybe the adjustment wasn't that easy.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell me a little bit about the preparatory courses for the entry exam that you took?
It's the preparatory course. It's basically a class that's not as intense as the academy.
Okay.
Itself. So that's actually interesting. That's actually interesting because that's something that I didn't think about. Like I was thinking about the academy as something that was very intense. The preparatory course was intense, but not as intense. So it was a way to kind of prepare.
Okay.
You had a drawing class in the morning, as far as I remember, and then a painting class after that.
Okay.
And it was about 5 hours a day.
Okay, so 5 days a week.
5 days a week, 5 hours a day.
Sure.
Which isn't bad. It's not at all what you do at the academy. At the academy, it's like tons and tons more hours.
Sure.
And then, except for in general, you would like if you didn't speak the language, you would then go to a 3-hour class after that, in which it's all about learning the language.
Yes.
And I did attend once a week.
Okay.
I attended once a week because I thought it'd be helpful, and I would speak to the. It was mainly just that I wouldn't spend time in the class. I just speak to the person instructing it, and she assigned some homework, and I would go home and do it, and I'd hand it in the following week. Mainly because I did not like I spoke the language at home because I spoke it with my parents, but I didn't really know it to the extent that I would had I gone to school in that language. So some of those exercises were helpful, in terms of grammar and writing in the language. That was a bit harder.
Okay.
And so I would go once a week. All the other time I would I'd go to the art museums and stuff like that. I'd paint a bit at home.
Sure.
So yeah, that was hard because also I was like the preparatory course here was all for people who are outside of the country. So I wasn't able to interact with anyone in the school. Like there is a separate preparatory course for people to prepare for the entrance exams that are the foreigners.
Yes,
most
I've heard
of them
that. Yeah.
Chinese.
Yes.
And so they have an interpreter to help them during classes. And that's it. Right? And so here I am. I'm like one of the only people. There was a guy there who was Dutch, and I hung out with him. And he became a friend of mine. So, but he was the only person.
Wow.
And so I kind of hang out with him occasionally. He lived far away, and then but I didn't have anyone to talk to. So I was kind of like all of a sudden after high school, I was all alone, and that was hard, right?
Wow.
Like
Yeah.
that I had to get accustomed to.
Sure.
After that, you're in class, you're in school, and that became a lot easier. That was not a problem.
Sure. And how long did the preparatory course go for?
A year.
1 year. Okay. Wow. Sure. Can you tell me a little bit about the actual entry exam? What did it comprise?
The entry exam is 2 weeks long.
2 weeks long. Wow.
Yeah, 2 weeks long. I don't remember the exact hours. They had specific hours. Like
Hmm.
it was very important to have hours. But essentially, you paint a portrait, you draw a portrait, you paint a nude, and then you draw a nude.
Wow. Okay.
All in 2 weeks' time, and then you also have a composition assignment that you execute on a given topic
I
from
see.
imagination.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there are ways around that. It sounds a lot harder than it actually is. At the time, it was unbelievably hard, and also considering that's not something I practiced. Like, if anything, that was where I really needed to catch up in the
Yes.
academy, because
Sure.
all the students had practice with these compositional assignments. Um, so I was kind of like, I think in terms of painting, I was on par. In terms of drawing, I was. I mean, I'm not being arrogant or anything, but I was kind of like at the top of the class, kind of early on.
Sure. Sure.
And in terms of composition, I was just garbage. And that was that was the hard part. So here, I mean, the ways around it are honestly that you kind of prepare it in advance, and you prepare, like, in general, you figure out how to compose a
Yes.
thing that you then adapt to a theme that they give you.
Okay.
So, and I think, on the one hand, I think like that's not really working from imagination, but in other ways, yeah, you kind of are in some ways.
Sure.
It's I don't know exactly what I really think about that, but yeah.
Okay.
So,
Sure.
but that's the exam. It's nerve-wracking as hell. And I thought I didn't pass. And there are people I know who don't pass it, right? And so there was someone I know who took it 6 times.
Wow. Six
Six times.
times.
That means, and they're only offered once a year, you know. So she would take the
Yeah.
preparatory 6 times. So she did six,
Six
like she
years.
did the thing 6 years before the 6 years of the academy.
That's incredible. Wow. Incredible.
Yeah. So yeah,
So, so
that's
during the actual exam, are you in the same room as other students?
yes,
You
yes, you
are.
are.
And
Yeah.
from what you could observe, was the quality of work quite high to level?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
good.
Fantastic. So my next question, you've touched on this a little bit. Is it true that foreign students at the Repin Academy take classes to learn the Russian language in tandem with their artistic training?
Well, I mentioned that during the preparatory course, this is extremely important. And
Yes.
at the end of the thing that they also do, I didn't have to take it, I think, because they were like, obviously, you don't need this.
Yeah.
Or I might have taken it, but it was easy for me, obviously.
Sure.
But they have to take an exam so that
Oh,
they're
do
able
they?
to. Yeah. But and honestly, I don't know that much about that exam. But they have to take an exam, and it's understandable that they do, because they're going to be going to a school where there are no more interpreters, and they have to speak the,
Absolutely.
the language that the instructors do. So this is important. They've taken an exam. I think they might have to go after that, maybe once a week for about to a class,
Okay.
or it's optional. They can go. I don't know the specifics, because after that I didn't go at all.
Sure. Sure.
But they kind of have to. Maybe they have to keep going to a class, but not all the way until the end of the academy. Like, at a certain point, they don't have to go anymore, or
Sure.
maybe they don't have to go at all. So I'm not going to say anything specific here, because I just don't recall, and I don't know.
That's fine. No worries.
Yeah.
What departments comprise the Repin Academy?
The academy consists of the painting department,
Mm-hmm.
the one I was in, the sculpture department,
Yep.
the printmaking department, also called gra- graphic arts,
Yes.
architecture,
Hmm.
art history, and conservation.
Conservation. Yep. Sure.
Yeah.
And are they all located within close proximity to one another?
All of the departments except sculpture are in the building of the academy.
Sure.
Sculpture is outside because it
Whereabouts?
requires. Well, there's the academy b- building. Behind it is a small park,
Hmm.
and behind that park are these sculpture studios,
I see. Sure.
and
Sure.
they're kind of enormous, and they're enormous because they work on these big sculptures, and then a lot of times they cast them, so they require a lot of room. And I get it. I'm glad that they have their own space because that would have been a bit crammed.
Yeah. Sounds like that. Can you provide a description of a typical day in the life of a student at the academy?
Now this depends, of course, on when exactly you are, like at what point of the school you're in. So I've already touched upon the amount of hours you have in the preparatory course,
Hmm.
but then once you get into the academy, then it becomes rather hard. So in general, you come in around 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
I'm being sort of approximate. It was 9, maybe 9:15. I don't remember, but let's say 9. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that you don't draw one particular model for longer than 2 hours at a time.
Okay. That's fairly
So
short. Yeah.
it's very short. Yeah, it's short, but then you continue on this the day after. But also, it's only a 2 hour period. You don't work for longer than that. Now I think of it as like I don't find that anywhere else. Like that's not a long time at all.
Hmm.
The painting is longer by an hour, so it's a 3 hour uh, painting class.
Sure.
And so you come in at 9 o'clock. You draw for 2 hours.
Hmm.
Then you paint for 3 hours.
Hmm.
Then you draw for 2 more hours.
Okay.
Is that right? You draw for 2 more hours. Yes, you draw for 2 more hours. Then you either go to art history or anatomy or like a class, a lecture class,
Hmm.
or if you might not have it, then you have a model in and you draw for 2 more hours. So
Sure.
you're in a class for 2 hours, or you're drawing for two, and then after that you draw for 2 more hours.
Wow. Okay.
So that's what is that? That's 5 hours, 7. So yeah, so like on average, I would say it's about 10 to 12 hours
10 to 12 hours of drawing.
of either, like, for the most part it's drawing.
Hmm.
You're painting for a portion of that, of course, and then you might have a class in between there. So it's like if you have a class, then it's about 10 hours of art with a class, or it's the whole 12 hours. So if you come in at 9, you're probably going home at 9.
Wow. So you're staying pretty much for the whole
All
day
day.
and then some. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and this is not 5 days a week. It's including Saturday, so it's 6 days a week.
6 days a week. Wow.
Yes, occasionally you have maybe a painting class on Sunday as well. They're uninstructed though. On Saturdays you do, you don't have instructors, but you should still come to class.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah, and then afterwards you usually go home around like at 9, and then you have to do your composition assignments.
I've heard
Which, if you're
that.
like
Yeah.
me and you're very bad at them, then you're just like too tired and you're finding any excuse to not do them. So then you're staying up all night the night before you have to hand them in on Friday, and so on, and it's kind of a disaster, like because like it just keeps accumulating, and so that was that's the basic hours right when you start, and honestly, like you have all this energy when you like enter the academy because it's like a thing you've never experienced, so
Yeah.
it's great. At least I've never experienced it. The other people had more of it than I
Sure.
did
Sure.
because they might have had not had to the same amount of hours in their art colleges and art schools, but they knew what the protocol of this essentially was. But then like the year after, you kind of have the same amount of hours, but then like as you get like older, if you will, you kind of don't have all those evening hours.
Sure,
You
sure.
and also like I got to a point like it was about like at the halfway point or slightly past it where I realized I haven't like really done anything except be in the studio practicing for forever. Like I didn't remember
Yeah.
the last time I opened up a book unless it was for class. The last time I watched a movie, like anything that that was like super important. It was like I didn't have anything in my head at that point
Wow.
except practice. So I was like, I'm done.
Hmm.
So I did not go to a lot of the evening ones, and I would kind of just explore some other things that I feel were very important.
Hmm.
You know, for kind of my overall understanding of everything going around me and
Sure, sure. But
of the world.
that sounds quite like a ideal kind of environment or situation, perhaps for a moment in time, not forever, to just be
Absolutely,
completely isolated and absorbed by the academy. I mean, it sounds like a pretty good way to get good quite quick.
it's true. It's true. And I mean, and you know, you're also like there's a lot of camaraderie because everyone is in this classroom, right?
Sure,
Everyone or in the studio, and everyone's exhausted, and there's something to all this that's quite incredible.
absolutely.
I wouldn't do it now. I
No,
mean, no
sure,
way.
sure. During
Well,
it.
maybe for a week or something, but not for a couple of years.
During your time in the academy, you became a teacher's assistant, whereby you participated in the organisation of student exhibitions and conducted short pose drawing classes on a weekly basis, as well as assisting prospective students in preparation for the entrance exam to the academy. It is said that the exam is very rigorous. Can you provide some information on the application process? Now, you've mentioned the actual exam and what it consists of. How does one
Mhm.
actually apply for the entrance exam or to get into the actual academy?
I you just I and you just bring. I mean, if you are taking the preparatory, like if you're part of the preparatory course,
Mm,
then it's like the whole idea is that it's preparing you for the entrance exam.
okay.
And so that's kind of the part of it. So like if you've applied for the preparatory course, you've also already in like a year in advance applied for the entrance exam.
Wow. Okay.
Uh, but also there are some people they're not common,
Mm,
but I knew of some who do not take like the preparatory course. You do have to if you're from out of the country,
that's
because
right.
then
Yeah.
a major part is learning the language. You have to pay for it, so they're happy for you to pay for it an extra
Mm,
year, obviously that whole
hmm.
deal. But if you're not, if you feel confident enough, then you can come in and take the entrance exam as you would. I knew someone who there's even a person who came from the US,
Hmm.
a friend of mine, who somehow did not take the preparatory course, and he never explained how he didn't do it. Like I have no idea.
Wow.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, he just came in, he showed his paperwork, his high school, diploma. He had it translated. I think he took the exam and he was just in. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Wow.
how that happened. That seems unusual. He, however, also did not need to speak to take the classes in the language because he spoke it already.
Sure.
But yes, there are also some people, some native Russians who came in and they took the exam and they got in. Now, of course, there's a political element to all this, and like the fact that you're taking the preparatory course means that you get that there's a committee of the instructors in the school who look over your work. and
Mm-hmm.
they assign you, they give you a grade, and so they know who you are. So that's the politics of it also. So if they know who you are and they like the what you do on the exam, they're much more excited to take you in.
Sure.
If you're just no one that you're someone that they're not aware of, you have to be really like it has to be of a superb quality for them
Yeah.
to accept you.
Sure. And Ilya, I've heard as well that for a foreigner applying to the academy is quite a task getting all the paperwork translated and things like that. Did you find it was a challenging task to actually apply to the academy?
Um, the reason it's challenging is because no one speaks English.
Okay.
However, I think right now, I mean, this is getting easier and easier though. But few people speak. At least I think right now, someone in the office
Mm-hmm.
that takes care of this does speak English. So they no one speaks English.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of paperwork and it's annoying. But I think even that has gotten easier, though I don't know what's happening now
Mm-hmm.
precisely. But I think it's gotten easier
Sure.
because there was a lot of crap that had nothing to do with the academy that I had to deal with. I had to do with housing,
Yes. Yeah.
uh, and so like that was an issue, and it's like they wouldn't allow me in because I wasn't renting an apartment that would provide proper paperwork
Okay.
or some complete nonsense like this, something that should have nothing to do with it, but I guess every country has these particular rules, and some more than others, and obviously
Sure. Sure.
there's a
Uh,
fair amount of yeah. So, but at the same time, because I spoke the language, and because that was easier because I knew what was going on. Like I helped certain other people afterwards because I would act as the translator for
I see.
people.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Just like that's the main issue. Like if they tell it to you, then you kind of know what you need. And it's essentially in terms of paperwork, you don't need a lot. Like you do, I think you do need to provide at least a high school diploma if you've already gone to college, and you can show them that. Your passport. That's kind of it. Like there's not that it's not that much of an issue. The problem is that you can't like if you can't speak to them, then you can't understand what you need.
That's right. Yeah. And this may have changed since you applied, but was
For sure.
the application process online or was it just
Oh no, it's all in I honestly I don't think it's changed. If it has, I'd
oh,
be
it
surprised.
hasn't. Okay,
But
wow.
like it's all in person. Like you have to bring in the documents
Sure, sure. Yeah.
on
Okay.
like the paper documents, and probably I don't remember this exactly, but I know I had to deal with this. Like you probably need to translate them, and some you do. I don't, but the thing is, you don't need to translate them right away. Like you can provide a copy of them in the original language, but then you have to translate them and have them notarized, and all of that
Sure.
annoying stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not that bad, in all honesty. It's easier than it's actually like honestly, if there was just a single, if they got a person who spoke English, like who really spoke English, and then they would just figure out what people need, write it on a piece of paper, put it online, they could keep everything that they have right now. It would just be so much easier because everyone would know what they need in advance.
Sure, sure. Yeah, I've heard organization is a little bit, I mean, it's not so organized in that case regarding paperwork and the application
No,
process.
no, no. I mean, the school's not. I mean, not organized at all.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Sure. Now, one thing I always found fascinating as well, Ilya, is that the tuition for Russian citizens is completely free, but for foreigners, you have to pay, right?
You do.
What are the fees approximately per year?
I honestly don't know right now.
Sure, sure.
Uh, I paid about 5,000 a year.
That's pretty good. I mean, five
No,
thousand.
I mean compared to how much you pay for
Yeah,
colleges here in the U.S.,
it's
that's
incredible.
that's just it's it's not bad at all.
Sure, sure.
5,000, yeah, it was around 5,000 a year, and because I got in with that amount, it was like that's how much I paid every year. At the same
Fantastic.
time, they would like the price would go up every year, but not for those who started the school with a certain price, which I
Yeah.
thought was
Fair.
it
Yeah.
was yeah, it was fair and very kind of
Yeah.
them.
Sure.
However, I think right now, from what I've heard, and I might be wrong, but I think it's pretty much in that range. It's over twice that per year.
Twice. Wow. Okay.
Over. So it's like 11 or 12, which is
Okay.
already like for as long as you have to be there, that's kind of intense.
Yeah. Sure. Sure. And I'm
It's become yeah.
and I'm guessing that accommodation and housing is quite expensive over in Russia.
It could be. I mean, but honestly, with the politics as they are right now, um, I don't like. I think it would be cheaper to go there right now,
Yeah.
simply because of the course of the ruble in relation to other currency.
Sure. Yeah.
So some things would be cheaper. Housing is not that bad. It's
Mm-hmm.
not that bad. Housing is not that bad. I mean, it's obviously a lot more expensive in in the U.S. I mean, not everywhere in the U.S., but in some parts of the U.S. for sure. And everything else is not that expensive. However, there is there is like a dorm.
Yes.
There's a dorm, but I was never in it, and I know they kind of don't want you to be in it because it's not very large.
Yeah.
And I think, and you have to pay for it. And I think I think they built an extra, like a different building. I've heard. I wasn't there when I was there.
Sure.
I was never part of that. I was renting an apartment with a few other people.
Great. Great.
That's what I did.
Sure. Are you able to provide a detailed description of what the 6 to 7 year program that comprises the Master of Fine Arts degree at the Repin Academy actually consists of?
Yeah, I could. Okay, so I've mentioned everything about preparatory, the preparatory course.
Sure. Yep.
Followed by that, at the end, there's exams and all of that. Then you get into the academy, and you're in the first year of the academy, which I also explained in terms of hours.
Yes.
But the assignments are exclusively focused on the head.
Okay.
It's only the head. So for a year, you're painting the head, you're drawing the head. You move on to, you do a little bit of the clavicles, a little bit of some parts in between there, some neck anatomy.
Sure.
I got that out, and yeah, and that's all you're focused on, including in the anatomy class. In the anatomy class, it's only a head,
Okay. Just the head.
and
Wow.
you just a head for a year,
Yep. Sure.
and so you have an anatomy class that as well. You have some art history classes and perspective stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
as the other classes that you have. Then you move, and you have one painting instructor and one drawing instructor.
Sure.
Then after that year is over, you move on to the year after that, the second course,
Mm-hmm.
as they call it, and you pretty much have the same amount of hours, all the same classes, except just kind of advanced. So if you've moved on in the periods that you're covering in art history, and you've moved on in perspective to something a little more complex,
Sure.
and you've moved off the head in anatomy, and then in the anatomy class you're focused on everything else.
Yep. Sure.
So this is a bit unusual, mainly because I think it's clearly emphasizing the head. So you have a year on the head, and you can you know the head in and out, like every single part of the skull, what it's called, all the muscles of the head, like everything.
Sure.
But then you simply don't have enough time to cover everything else. Like a year is not enough time to cover the other, like everything else, arms,
Absolutely. Yeah.
legs,
Of course. No.
stuff.
Yeah.
You do cover it all, but it's kind of on the, like, you got to speed it up, so you don't have as like the same amount of time to really absorb that information. So that I find unusual. I think it would have been nice to kind of add a year on top of that, and so
Absolutely.
you could take it more slowly, but you really like you integrate it into your understanding of the form and all that stuff.
Sure.
Um, but in class, in painting, you move off of the head, like simply the head, and you are now working on what at the academy they call a portrait with hands,
Okay.
which I call that as well, a portrait with hands. So it's basically like it's a head, it's a torso, arms, and hands.
Okay. Sure.
So you are learning to paint the torso. You have separate exercises in painting the hands, and stuff like that. So the drawing, however, moves on to the entire the body as a whole.
Sure.
So it's not just portrait with hands. I don't think we did any portraits with hands in drawing actually that year. And then that's what you work on, but you keep everything relatively small. Like you don't, so you're working on drawings that aren't very large.
Okay. Sure.
And that's kind of it. And so the interesting thing is that at the end of that year, you then have to decide how you continue in the academy.
Right.
And so basically you have to pick the studio that you want to go into, based on the particular the particular thing that studio offers, as well as the person in charge of it.
Okay.
So like if you're interested, like you might not even care about the fact that it's like a certain kind of thing they're practicing, but you're just interested in the artist that's in charge of that studio, and you want to get that kind of education, then you apply.
I see.
And so in terms of the classes, the different art studios, and there are a few of them, but they're divided into easel painting and monumental painting. I went to easel painting, which honestly, if you compare it to a lot of art schools, those paintings are still enormous.
Yeah.
But the monumental painting studio is just, these things are huge.
I've seen something. Yeah. Really big.
And so and then you pick the studio you want to go to, and then once your work is hanging and got the grades up and everything at the end, the head instructor from the studio that you picked will come to your studio and essentially interview you and see if they are interested in you being part of their studio.
Sure. Yeah.
So they can tell you that they're not interested. And that's sort of weird, because if you don't get in where you want to go, there's a separate studio where all the people end up in who haven't gotten in where they want to go.
Sure.
But honestly, that's not necessarily a bad that situation isn't that bad, because the people who taught over there were awesome.
Okay.
The only problem is because in general, those who get into those studios maybe aren't as good, possible. That kind of hurts the overall level of the class.
That's right. Yeah. Sure.
And so, like, that's the main issue.
Sure.
but the instructors of that studio were awesome, and there was and honestly, and even that's not entirely the case, because some people ended up there simply because they had a bad relationship with some of their instructors, and
Yeah.
they didn't like there a lot of politics involved, and so they would end up there, but they were actually like incredibly dedicated and talented, and they ended up with very interesting paintings at the end. And so like at the time you think that if you don't end up where you want to end up, that's just the end of everything, but honestly it doesn't really matter.
Sure.
Yeah. And then once you're in, you have the instructors, you have the same instructors up until the end.
So this is about fifth year or sixth year?
No, this is third year.
Third
Or
year.
are you asking like the end? Like the end is yes, the end is like so like it's from the third year all the way up to the end of the diploma painting.
Which is
They have
sixth
to,
year, right?
yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. So Ilya, I just wanted to ask as well. A lot of some academies have a certain age restriction. So some ateliers and academies won't take students if they exceed the age of 30. Is that the case with the Repin Academy?
No, not at all. Not at
Oh,
all.
okay. So it's really
Yeah,
just
it's open.
it's just upon it's based on upon experience. If you've got the
Yeah.
experience, yeah, it doesn't matter about what age you
No,
are. Okay.
no, absolutely not. Yeah.
Fantastic. So you've
I mean, it used to be though. Like it used to be that the average age of the academy, not so much anymore because people aren't as old as they used to be when they arrived. But in the Soviet Union, it was like as hard as it was to get into the academy, though,
hmm
with all the exams and the incredible competition. The average age was, I think, like 29
yeah,
of entry. So
yeah,
by the time you're done, you're like, so and that was just the average age.
sure.
It's not as high at the moment,
hmm
but it's not like the kids are 18 or something. They're usually a little bit older.
Little bit odd. Okay. Yeah. So you've touched on my next question briefly. How did each year of training build off the next?
Um, I mean, in general, like as soon as yeah, I didn't mention that. So like as soon as you end up in the studio where you wanted to be, hopefully,
hmm
you then at that point the assignments were much more open. So you were working on portraits with hands, the portraits like standing portraits, and then a nude, and the sizes of the canvases would get a bit larger.
hmm
That's kind of it, really, because at a certain point, you like the third year
hmm
you're doing a certain thing, and then the year after you're doing the exact. There isn't a change at all. Like
Sure.
you keep at it. At that point, like everyone kind of is exhausted, because it's like to do a thing for a year is interesting, and then towards the end you're tired and you feel like you want to move on a
hmm
bit from there, but then you don't move on at all, and then like you're doing the same thing. At the
Sure.
same time, that was a year where I really improved.
hmm
So like I guess it was good that I was able to keep practicing all of that, because it helped. And then the year after that, like the final year before the diploma,
hmm
you are working on the largest paintings you have, which include multi-figurative drawings and paintings of some kind of environment and
Sure.
things like that. So
Sure.
things just get progressively more complex. Uh, that's kind of it. Like early on, yeah, it builds in complexity, and it's built on the things that came before it in terms of anatomy. But then after a certain point, it's just things get like enlarged. You spend maybe a little bit more time. You experiment with maybe a couple of different techniques, but it's just things just become, yeah, there's just more happening on the canvas that you have to attempt to capture in the time that you have.
Sure. It sounds like a pretty, natural inclination or step-by-step process to getting more difficult tasks and more difficult
Mhm.
curriculum as you go through the actual 6 years.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sure. Now, I understand that
Slow in small increments,
in small
but yeah.
increments. Yeah, sure. I understand that initially you wanted to train as a sculptor at the academy. However, you ended up in the painting department. How did you come to this decision?
Um, I mean, honestly, when I look back at it, I probably wanted to be a sculptor because I didn't have the experience in painting.
Yeah, sure.
That's pretty much it. And there is and and if I think of it right now, and I have sort of sculpted ever since I graduated, a tiny bit, not much. I was in a class that a friend of mine was teaching, and I was in there also sculpting along with the students that he had. It's I just it's kind of incredible. Like there's something about the tactile quality of it
Yeah, yeah,
that is wonderful, and I still enjoy it a lot. On the one hand, it's kind of just it's such a it's so hard to do, mainly because you just need a lot of room,
that's right. Yeah,
and that's really the most annoying part. Because honestly, I would probably I'm thinking of a way which maybe I can sculpt even like currently. I have some ideas that possibly would work a lot better as sculptures than paintings, and I think that would be interesting. But I just don't know how
yeah, sure,
to like construct it. I can't do it in the room where I paint. I can maybe do it outside. I have like a backyard, but then that's also hard. So yeah, it's just a thing. So either way, at the time, I just hadn't painted a lot, and then when I started to paint, I kept up with it,
sure,
and it became the direction that I took.
sure. Now, in the academy, do painting students ever take sculpture at any point?
No,
No. Yeah.
no. I mean, that's fairly common in a few ateliers that I know,
Mm-hmm.
where there aren't any departments, so it's yeah, people just basically have to be exposed to sculpture and painting
Sure.
and all of it at once, and I think that's great because they influence one another.
Sure.
At the same time, I think that that does happen, but it happens in the art college. It
Okay.
happens before the academy, so you kind of have been exposed, and then by the time you get to the academy, you should totally be aware of what you want to do, and that's it.
Sure. Sure.
So yeah,
I find that quite fascinating actually because the Russian academic tradition is has such an emphasis on construction that you would imagine that if a
yeah,
student is drawing figures from imagination, then sculpture would be a pretty
the perfect thing.
advantageous form to take. Yeah.
It's true.
Mm.
However, I have to say that I've always like taking a look at the sculptors in the academy. The drawings that they had
Mm-hmm.
were they I think that they were not of the quality of the sculptures that they had, which
I
is
see.
interesting.
I see. Yeah.
And I thought about this because I was thinking about it, in the same way. I'm like, look, if you're sculpting, you're so aware of what it looks like all around, all from every angle, then you should be able to put it on paper, right? Because you have this idea of it in space. But all in all, I kind of came to the conclusion that I think as painters, you're like there's something about like working with an illusion.
Mm-hmm.
It's flat, and so whether you're painting or drawing, you're always practicing creating this illusion on a surface that is flat.
Sure.
So you're getting sort of a large amount of practice in a way.
Mm-hmm.
While I think something happens to sculptors, and by all means, I'm not saying there were some that were incredible craftsmen. I'm just saying, on the whole, I think.
Yeah.
I think that there were. I think that it's not a thing that kind of like I think something happens when you are actually sculpting and you're like there's something in front of you in reality,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to the imagining something in front of you and then
Absolutely.
making an illusion. So you're not practicing it in the way that you are if
Sure.
you're only working on a flat surface.
Sure. Sure.
So yeah, but it's helpful though. And yes, so like I feel like it should be helpful, but then I ask myself, is it actually?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's fascinating as well.
It's always good. Yeah, it's not bad to
Sure.
practice on.
Well, it's fascinating as well when I look at drawings from our history, ones that have been done by sculptors and ones that have been done by painters. You can tell there's a difference there
For
between
sure.
the way that
Oh, absolutely.
the way
Like
that
almost right away.
yeah, I mean the way that a sculptor would approach the drawing of the figure as opposed to a painter. It's quite there's a distinct difference there.
Absolutely.
Sure. So, Ilya, I just wanted to clarify something. You mentioned that the art college that students go to prior to attending the Repin Academy, is that art college actually owned by the academy?
No, no, no. I mean, there are a few of them. I mean, there are a lot of them.
There are a lot
There
of
are a
them.
lot more. There are a lot more art colleges than there are art academies.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Because the art academy is. I mean, there are a few of them, right? There's the academy the in St. Petersburg, kind of the one that used to be the main academy. It still is in a way, but I think like the offices, the administrative offices have moved to
Yes.
the academy in Moscow. There are a few others, and they're all kind of connected. Um, but then there's a lot of these art colleges,
Mm-hmm.
um, and there isn't one that's connected to the academy. There is something in between, though,
Is there?
that
Okay.
is connected to the academy, and I'm not. It's in between, like the art school that I was talking about,
Mm-hmm.
and the art college. It's an art school, except it's kind of like a high school, right? It's a school, like kind of akin to LaGuardia, except
Yes.
with actual education in the art. And so people who go to that school usually have instructors who maybe also teach at the academy or who had taught or and who were 100% trained at the academy, but they don't need to spend all this extra time. So they get a high quality education starting from a young age, and kind of by the time they're 18, they kind of end high school, they immediately apply to the academy.
I
And not
see.
all of them get in, but the advantages of going to this art high school is that you kind of get a head start a bit
Yes.
on things.
Great, great. Fantastic. In 2012, the Academy granted you with an award for exceptional draftsmanship, which is indicative of the skill and knowledge you must possess of the Russian academic approach to drawing. Now, it is said that trying to identify the differences between the Russian academic approach to drawing as to the Western approach is a complicated question. Qualities of the Western atelier system are evident in the Russian approach, however, the thinking behind isn't the same. The Russian approach tends to be more in line with drawing like a Renaissance artist, using gesture and flowing line rhythms instead of the formalized block-in used in the West. To my understanding, the Russian approach is more reliant on anatomy and the analysis of anatomical structures to the point where one isn't necessarily copying what they see in front of them, but rather interpreting it based on one's underlying understanding of anatomy. Conversely, in the Western approach, drawings tend to be crafted using the following sequence. The contour drawing, or design or trait as it was known in the École des Beaux-Arts, is established to the utmost accuracy using clearly delineated and accentuated contours. This is followed by articulating the tonal drawing, or design ombre, where all elements of light discernible on the model are rendered on the drawing using hatching and cross-hatching in pencil. However, after 1863, drawings were to be rendered in charcoal at the École. The Russian approach seems to contradict this by articulating the contour drawing and tonal drawing simultaneously using lost and found edges, which are manipulated with Conte pencils and larger pieces of pastel for broader tonal masses. This technique is eraser-friendly and allows flexibility, as the drawing remains open and constantly in a state of flux right until resolution. Are you able to add to this description by further stating the underlying principles and methods of Russian academic drawing in your own words?
Hmm. I think you kind of covered it though.
Yeah.
I do. I would like to add that the description that you had of this sort of kind of open-ended uh, process, working with Conte and all of this, is kind of the description of what I came away with.
Okay.
Which of course had to do with the other people in my class. They had to do with my instructors and things like this. I'm not so sure you could necessarily, and we might touch upon this a bit later on if we talk about specific instructors at the academy. But like the thing about it is that it does look like a cohesive kind of approach to education,
Mm-hmm.
to art education. But when you're in it, it really it very much depends on who your particular instructor is.
I see. All right.
So like I got this kind of approach. It was I think because the idea behind it was to make it come as close as possible to the way that we would also paint.
Yes. Yeah.
And so this approach allowed you to move between charcoal and Conte and work on a large piece of paper and thinking of the whole at the same like in the same way that you would do the same thing on canvas except in color.
Sure.
And and with the same speed as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Speed was kind of important.
Yes.
And it is because you're working on something as large as it is, so you got to like knock that out as fast as you can.
Yes.
And the other thing is that in terms of thinking anatomically, I keep coming back to this, and the hard part about it, and the hard part to explain, and the reason I think the academy needs to take as long as it does, is because it's all about building an intuition about anatomy.
Yes.
And so that takes some time. Like you can learn all the anatomy, and I learned it earlier on. I learned what everything's called, but applying it, making it a practical, like something that really becomes a part of you, takes much longer.
Absolutely.
And so the interesting part about this whole idea with thinking anatomically is that earlier on you do like consciously and like you do block things in, and you like outline anatomical elements, and you really put them in. You find where there's a change in plane and all of this. But then as this becomes more and more internalized, you realize you don't necessarily have to put this on paper. And our teachers would actually talk to us about this, is that like the goal is that all this anatomy and construction is something that actually doesn't need to be on paper. It's something that needs to be in your head.
Sure.
while you simply observe. But because of all this practice, because it's internalized to that extent, you are at that point you're able to just like, it's like the anatomy is in front of you. You can't avoid it because
Yes.
you know what it is.
Yeah. Sure. However,
So
so sorry, Ilya. Just in the start, when you're first starting out with the academic approach, the Russian academic approach, are you actually literally drawing the bones beneath the muscles and then the skin on top of the écorché? Is that the way you would approach it?
no. You don't. You kind of. There are a few assignments in which you have, let's say, on a single piece of paper. I'm sure you might have. I've seen some online, some images of them. It's done relatively early on in the academy, but there's a model, like all on one sort of elongated page.
Yeah.
You have a model like from one angle, then a skeleton from the same angle
Yes.
right next to it, then an écorché from the front, let's say, from the front, and then right next to it is the model, and you know you see the back, followed by a skeleton from the back, followed by an écorché from the back. So it's not on top,
Yeah.
but it's like it's side by side, and you're doing them all at the exact, like you're doing it all at once. Like
Wow.
you don't complete one of those parts before moving on.
Sure.
Like you kind of, you get some basic outlines, if you will, or just some sort of, like you block in the écorché at the same time as the skeleton, at the same time as the model in front at
Hmm.
the same time as the model in the back, right? So that you're always comparing and seeing it from all different angles, as well as trying to get a good understanding of what's going on inside.
Wow, that's fascinating. What a thorough
Yeah.
approach. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great assignment. I'm actually somewhat. I think it's a fantastic assignment. My main problem with this assignment is that I think it's done too early.
Like, what year is it
And
usually done in? Like first,
second, God,
second,
yes, second year. Thank you.
second year? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I think it's a little early because, like, I mean, the one I did, I think, was very, very bad. I mean, I would have enjoyed um, doing it a little bit after that as well. But like, perhaps it's fine to do it that early, but then it'd be nice to do it again,
Sure.
maybe on a larger scale, just to practice it a little bit, because I think it's a great assignment, and I think it's very important. And there are some of those that are excellent,
Yes.
uh, but they're done by people who were like initially more advanced. So I think in order to really allow everyone to gain as much as they can from
Hmm.
this, it'd be nice to have it done maybe a little bit later.
Sure. Russian figure drawings seem to use organic lines and therefore they appear to have more life force than Western drawings. Furthermore, Russian drawings tend to be bony and planar, almost if the anatomy and planes are exaggerated. Can you explain the reasoning behind this?
Well, I have an idea about this. I have an
Sure.
idea of why that's how the academy teaches it. Now, I don't know if I'm right, but I think it all has to do with the artist, Guruz. You
Okay.
know,
Yes, gurus. Yeah, yeah.
the uh, the French academician of
Certainly. Yeah.
the 18th century, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, his drawings are extremely, like, what you can possibly call them, constructive.
Yes.
Like, like, he hatches a very large amount, and he's using it to give you a plane that's describing an anatomy inside the head or whatnot.
Hmm.
And the thing about it is that the majority of them are in I mean, currently they're in the Hermitage
Yes.
Museum, but they were originally in the Academy
Okay.
because they were purchased by Catherine the Great
Mm-hmm.
for the students to copy.
Yes.
And she bought a large amount of them.
Hmm.
And so the thing about this is I think that I think that the fact that he was a prime example
Hmm.
for the students who were beginning to get art education at the academy when it opened.
Hmm.
I think that kind of moved it along in the direction that it's taken.
That's
I
fascinating.
I think that's a reason. I'm sure he's not the only one. I'm sure that, but I think because of this emphasis on him and his approach, and I'm sure they all copied him,
Hmm.
it really established that kind of like a way of not simply just observing the thing in front of you, but analyzing the thing in front of you,
Sure.
regardless of whether it's a cast or a human head or anything, or
Sure. So,
building.
so would you say, Ilya, that these drawings by gurus were used as almost like the Charles Bargue drawings are used in Western academies today?
I don't have any like evidence of that, but
Hmm.
I have, but that was the idea, I think.
Sure.
I think that was the case. I don't know, and the reason I say I don't have any evidence is like I know that they were purchased, I know that they were copied, but I've never seen the copies, and I also don't know how, like, how precisely they needed to be copied, and that's the thing that I think is kind of one of the more important things in the Barg uh,
Yes.
plates. It's like they have to be almost exact, right? They have to
Yes.
be these perfect executions of them, and I think that's. And we have slightly more examples of that
Hmm.
because that happened about that happened a while after these gurus drawings were purchased.
Sure.
So I just don't have the examples. Maybe they're in the academy. Maybe they're in like I have no idea. I'm sure that they are in the academy, honestly.
Sure. Okay.
But I've never seen them. But I would imagine that something akin to that is what happened. And honestly, and I think that is regardless. I think it's a like if the specifics are correct, but like it's a good comparison because I think in the same way that they influenced the academy, it's the same way that Barg influenced the French Academy, and how those Barg drawings influence like contemporary atelier artists now, even.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's a fascinating speculation there, Ilya.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, that's all it is.
Hmm.
But I'll stand by it.
Sure. You've explained that you don't start the portrait the same way every time, depending on multiple factors, such as the particular angle of the model in relation to your vantage point. This then dictates the approach to be used. Is this openness to starting a portrait emphasized at the Rapin Academy?
Okay, so in thinking about all this, I have some ideas about this, but I don't know if they're entirely objective.
Sure.
So I think the main thing is that the teachers at the academy, they don't necessarily teach the same way that they do almost anywhere else.
Okay.
It's sort of improvised, like it's a way, like, so they essentially they come up to you while you're painting or something, and then they address a problem.
Sure.
And then they move on.
Yes.
There aren't really, aside from the classes, of course, like if you're in anatomy or perspective, obviously there are specific assignments. But in class, aside from, like, as I said, there are some specific assignments, but in general, there are no like very, very particular assignments that are geared to understand an isolated principle or other.
Sure.
Right? It's like isolated principles are pointed out within a general assignment that is covering a lot more.
Okay.
Right? So they won't stand in front of the class and talk to you in advance about like what we're going to do. They don't demo in class either.
Okay. It's interesting.
So yeah. So like it's kind of like a lot of these things that we're accustomed to here that we kind of assume are like that's what a painting instructor is.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even that hardly happens there.
Wow.
So what they do is they come up to you, they paint on top of your painting.
Okay.
Often.
Yeah.
They make corrections that way. A fair amount of people do that. Then they also demonstrate stuff on the paper in the corners and stuff like this.
Yes.
And then there are others who simply, they don't touch your canvas. They just will spend some time explaining things and just talking to you about it.
Sure.
And so the basic idea of this is that like, and you have multiple teachers, right? So you have your painting teachers, your drawing teachers, then they switch off. You get other ones, and you get the other ones, and you get your like the main teacher, and he has, and there are other instructors within, like kind of underneath him, and all of this, and you have all these, and all of them are commenting on your paintings or your drawings in. I mean, however they want to comment.
Sure.
And so it's up to you to organize all this.
Okay.
And so it's up to you to make out of this experience, which is sort of a composite experience,
Mm-hmm.
and you need, like, at the end, and also this happens in a sense automatically, but at the end you kind of have created what you believe is the academic experience based on who instructed you and how.
I see. Right, right.
And so, and that I think, if anything is important of the things that I've been talking about, it's that point, right?
Sure.
It's that point that it's not like a school with a particular approach,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the approach, and everyone will, they come in and they do all the assignments and they learn everything evenly. I think out of it, kind of, maybe this comes back to this whole idea of it being open-ended,
Yes,
you know,
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
like so, and that I think is the important part, because like, and so what I constructed out of this
Mm-hmm.
is an approach that is about improvising.
Yes.
So I'm not sure that's the academy, but that's the way that I perceived and what I got from it. On the other hand, or maybe in tandem, I'm not entirely sure that really, like, it could be just my character as well. I'm a fan of improvising. I think it's more interesting, and so possibly that's just simply how I interpret it, right? So it's kind of, it's not objective in the sense that yeah, in some sense it is objective, because I was taught by certain people who probably like moved me in that kind of like in thinking along those lines, but also I absorbed that because that's just the kind of person I am.
Sure, sure. I understand you tend to use photographs for portrait commissions. However, this is only if you know the person intimately. Apparently, the Repin Academy discourages potential students to submit drawings and paintings done from photos in their initial application. What is the Academy's stance on using photo reference?
You don't use them.
You don't use them at all.
You
Sure.
don't use them at all. I honestly, I wouldn't have even, like, I didn't use them. I mean, you use them occasionally for when you're doing the compositional assignments.
Sure.
You know, like, I mean, simply because you've got a certain amount of time. Obviously, as I mentioned, you don't have that much time to do them because it's all the evenings or at night.
Mm-hmm.
And you need some kind of, like, corner of a room, an object, some architectural piece. So you go out and you take a photo.
Sure.
But honestly, when I arrived, I just had a crappy old digital camera.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even, I had no laptop.
Yep.
I didn't have a smartphone because they didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
They would come out just a couple of years later.
Sure.
And so I did use in the preparatory course some photos even.
Okay.
I don't remember for what, but it was obviously not in class ever. But it was for a compositional assignment. I took some photos of myself in like a cloak
Mm-hmm.
because I needed it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I went to a shop for them to print them out. It was like, so like the amount of work that it took to print out these images would have been faster to make it up, I think.
Sure, sure.
So that was so I wouldn't use it at all, like at all. So, and you wouldn't even think about using it in class. Honestly, it wouldn't have even occurred to me. And it
Sure.
hardly occurred to me, like most of the compositional assignments. And honestly, this was part of the problem. Like, I actually think if I had used more photographs in the compositional assignments, there would have been, I mean, it would have gone a different way, I think. I think I learned to compose out of my head a bit
Sure.
because I didn't use the photographs. But I have to say, like, the polish on them and like the amount of completion wasn't ever as much as I would have liked to have, and that could have been changed had I used photographs. So you win some, you lose some. But honestly, most of the time, it wouldn't have even occurred for me to think of using a camera.
Sure.
That's how like non-existent it is in the academy. Now I'm speaking like in general. There were people who used photographs, absolutely.
Yes.
That happened. And you would have very, very rarely, like if you needed to complete a thing, you might have had like a picture of the model's hand or something, or most of the time you do take a picture of your own hand or something in order to be able, or ask a person to pose. I did use a fair amount of photographs when I was painting my diploma piece, but not exclusively.
Sure.
Because you're in a room, you don't have models all the time, and the time that you do have models is obviously not as much time as you have in general, so you want to be painting more. Also, at that time, I had a very small iPad, so that made it a lot easier. You don't have to print them out; you just put them on the thing, So
Sure, sure.
yeah, so like in a sense, technology helped to influence that aspect of things. But honestly, I think that because I didn't use photographs for the longest amount of time, I think that the way that I use them right now, most of the time you aren't like I think the viewer is not aware that something is painted from a photograph or it isn't.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
And yeah, and so because I paint them as if it's something in front of me, and honestly, I use the photograph if it has certain qualities that I like that I can't perceive with my eyes. Like there are some photographic things that happen with perspective, with color, even like I can sometimes ignore the color because I know it's inaccurate,
Yes.
and that allows me to like invent a bit more because of that. So like you kind of have to be more aware of what the photograph is offering,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to just observing directly,
Sure.
and use it for that purpose.
Fantastic. That's great advice, Ilya.
I
Uh,
think that's the idea.
yeah. Well, one thing I find fascinating about the Academy's, predisposition to the photograph is, uh, I've seen a few Russian-trained Chinese artists video demonstrations on YouTube, and I'm not certain about it, but I'm pretty sure they're using photographs to draw some of these portraits. And I'm not sure if you've seen these videos or if you've come across them, but yeah, it seems like they are referring to photographs to do their drawing.
I have seen a few, and some really look like they're done from photos.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, like, if you really, I mean, and and like, you can, for the most part,
Mm-hmm.
it's obvious
Mm-hmm.
when something is done from a photo or
Mm-hmm.
when it is. And it's not simply about the amount of polish.
Sure.
And because I've seen a lot of things where they're really trying to hide the fact it's a photo by like it's just there's a textural quality to
Yeah.
it and
Yeah.
a line that comes out of nowhere. Like all of that is cool, but you can still see that it's from a photo. It's like the tilt of the head. It's like a certain angle. It's a tonal quality that just appears in a corner. I have there, basically the students that I have, I tell them don't use photos, but if you are going to use them, um, the whole point of it should be for me not to be able to tell if you're using them.
Sure.
And if you can get away with it, then, and I'm not aware, then you can keep using photos. In
Great.
all honesty.
It's good advice. Yeah.
So until that happens, um, and obviously, they have a lot of assignments, and this is a different question we might get to later. But like where I teach now at Ringling,
Mm-hmm.
this is the illustration department
Sure.
of a school that is geared towards a very competitive industry.
Yes.
In animation and all that stuff. So, and obviously they're going to be using photographs. There's no way around this.
Sure.
But at least I try to make it clear that there's like a difference, and it's pretty obvious for the
Sure.
most part. I had a student, and he did a portrait that I thought was awesome,
Mm-hmm.
and he told me it was done from a photo, and I was surprised because I couldn't tell.
Wow. Okay.
And
Yeah.
I was like, awesome, you did it. Yeah, but I think I know some of the Chinese artists you're talking about. I'm sure that they have had the full education to be able to do the same thing from observation. At the same time, maybe they're using the photograph to make it easier to record it on YouTube. I have no
Yes.
idea.
Yeah.
I know honestly, I have no idea. And honestly, because like if you're working from a photograph, it really is easier to be accurate. Like the thing isn't like
Yeah.
the head isn't going to move.
It's already
The
flat.
values are flat, exaggerated. You can just, you can approach it and end up with a result that's awesome and everyone's happy. So.
Sure. Drawing stumps and one's fingers are used to blend tonal masses in the Russian approach to drawing. However, the stump wasn't always favoured by the academicians of the École des Beaux-Arts, as they prefer drawings to be rendered completely via hatching. What's the Russian view on this?
I actually I heard relatively recently, and I kind of and before that I was sort of subconsciously aware, I think, but like I think that there are academic drawings that were done at the École and at other European art schools where they would use a stump to start things off and then hatch on top, I think.
Yes, yeah,
I've seen I've seen some of I've seen a fair amount of these.
yeah,
I think some of the academies, like the Russian academies, drawings were done that way a while back. Right now, in the approach that I just think using a stump and hatching on top of it speeds things up like no other technique.
yes, yeah,
And so that's a great thing. And obviously, and I'm a big fan of it. And I tend to I use a stump, but I use my hands a lot.
yeah,
But I just think I like it because it's active. It's like an active. There's something active in it, and on top of that, it gives you more variation with the textures and things like that. And I think the more variation you have, the better it all is.
sure, yeah,
Even though I'm a like there is a preference I have. Like a hatch is very enjoyable, and at times I don't want to smudge anything. I just hatch.
sure.
So depends.
It's
I'm not sure that there's a view on this. I think it depends on who your instructor is, honestly.
sure, sure. Well, it's incredible when I was watching one of your drawing demonstrations, of a video demonstration, the way that you handle the kind of percentage of the time that you hatch and then smudge, it is incredible because sometimes it looks like you're making progress, but then all of a sudden you smudge and it's like you're taking a few steps back.
Maybe. Are you particularly talking about? There's a head.
Yeah,
I drew a head on NMA.
that's
on,
right. Yeah, yeah, that's
New
the one.
Masters. Ah, God, I have to tell you, that was the first time I ever recorded anything that I knew that it was on. Like I at that point I had been recording the courses.
Sure.
But then you're in a room and you're fine. And, they're gonna edit them later and put it all together, and that was hard enough. But then here you got like these couple of hours. You're being asked these questions, and I don't think I was thinking about the head at all.
Sure.
I was so like afraid of questions and making it look good. And honestly, like it was done on autopilot, almost the whole thing.
Sure.
And I think it turned out pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. So I'm glad. But regardless, yeah, that happens. I do kind of. It seems as though that might be like I think that character, like the way you characterize the approach, I think is sort of accurate. It's I think it's important to pull back a bit to take away, but keep a part of what you had in order to build back on top of it. That I could say probably is a part of the approach. I can't always explain why though.
Sure. I understand in the Russian approach, you don't take any proportional measurements until you have something on the page. You work by eye, changing and adjusting features as you go along until you notice something is off, and then you adjust accordingly. This sounds like more of a gestural approach based on comparative measurement. Ultimately, too much measuring can lead to over-measuring, which can become restrictive. Considering that the Repin Academy favours comparative measurement, what is their stance on sight size?
I don't think they have ever heard of it.
Wow, is that right?
Maybe now with the internet, some of the people in the school now, like the ones who are currently in the school, are more exposed to what's going on in the world.
Sure.
Of art education in other places. So maybe they're more exposed. I remember I brought the Barg book
Mm-hmm.
to my anatomy instructors,
Sure.
and they thought they didn't like it at all.
Is that right?
Yeah, they thought like, oh, but there's no form; it's all flat.
Okay.
I was like, look, that's the point. That's the point of it. Yeah, as I said, it's a conservative institution, and in a way that just sort of talks about the character of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's not the approach. If I were to, and honestly, I had never heard of the concept until I saw the book, and I had a friend who had the book, and she showed me the stuff, and I was interested. I was interested. I think it's a great approach. I think it's a great thing to have as part of your arsenal. Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't. I mean, I'm part of a school that educated me in a different way, and so I wouldn't necessarily use it. I have actually used it to enlarge sketches
Okay. Right.
and made them into paintings.
Right.
So I would just put them, I would just compare them and see how they were. Yeah, so I think it's nice to have, because I'm open to any technique that you can have to incorporate as part of who you are as an artist or whatnot.
Sure.
So yeah, but I think if you really explained it to some of the particularly conservative instructors, that they'd think you're insane.
Wow. That's
I think
incredible.
you're absolutely crazy.
It's incredible.
And
Yeah.
honestly, I'll be honest. Probably when I can't say for sure now that I've kind of enjoyed learning about it, and that was the first thought I had as well.
Wow.
It was a while back,
That's so.
but I'll be honest.
It's so strange because today the Barg plates are held in such high esteem.
For sure.
It's a strange concept to think like that. How does the Repin Academy regard drawing from the flat, such as copying master drawings? And we've talked about the plates from the Barg's Jerome course. Do they see it as a viable means of training, that is, drawing from the flat?
Copying is extremely important, and so the idea is that there are I think there are multiple ways to copy, and
Sure.
they approach copying from as many different directions as they could, and so one way to copy is actually to just practice the sort of the technique. Let's say a hatch, or a quality of line in ink or in charcoal, to try to make it as exact as possible.
Sure.
The other way to copy, which I had an instructor who basically said, put the copy in front of you but not close to you, as if it were a model.
Sure, sure.
And so at that point, you're constructing again, you're analyzing, you're not necessarily trying to just reproduce an exact copy, but you're trying to interpret the copy. So in a copy that is flat, and a lot of the problems are solved, the anatomy is enhanced and all this stuff. So yeah, copying is very important. How you copy is also important.
Sure. And when you're copying from the flat in the Russian Academy, are you just copying 19th century drawings? What kind of drawings are you copying?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah, and older and older. So I think a popular artist for a copy is always Michelangelo, or a Renaissance artist.
Sure, sure.
That's mostly what we copied, honestly. Mostly.
Sure. And I'm assuming that you would have been copying drawings from the Academy's history as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, the problem was, you used to be able to go straight to the museum in the Academy and copy them. They're hanging there, the originals.
Sure. Wow.
But for some reason at the time, there was some problem with that in terms of the paperwork, or I think they were trying to update the museum a little bit, so they took those off. So I never got a chance to copy them from the originals, honestly, which is a damage, I think.
Yeah,
I'd like to go back for just a moment to the whole question of proportional measurement.
please do. Absolutely.
Uh, the I got this from one particular instructor,
Sure.
and I thought that this was incredible, and so I kept with this. So that's part of that whole concept I was talking about earlier. That like that's part of my academy.
Sure.
He basically said that don't take proportions
Okay.
starting off. So I had others who said, start with proportions, get kind of a block in, all the same things. Like that does exist there. It depends on your instructor. He, however, made a very compelling case for not taking proportions
Mm-hmm.
straight away. And that is because that's the way he believed to really train your eye.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the main idea behind this was if you're working exclusively without taking any proportions at all, you're not training your eye.
That
Obviously.
makes sense. Yeah, sure.
If you're doing exclusively like all proportional measurements, that's also not happening.
Mm-hmm.
So the basic idea is you work by eye, and then you take proportions to see where you were off.
Right.
And the idea behind that is of course that, and I see this as I teach now more than ever, is that it's not that you're making a different mistake every time. Most of the time you're making the same mistake every time.
Mm-hmm.
So if you catch your own errors by taking the proportional measurement, then the chance that you will then be able to kind of consciously go and correct it are improved, of course.
Absolutely.
As opposed to someone pointing them out. Like it's nice for someone to point them out, that's the point of instructors. But when you're able to find that, I tend to make arms longer than they really are, then you're able to then compensate and say like, next time I'll be aware.
Sure.
Or next time I'm just going to take a proportional measurement before I put it down, right? Like then you invert it a little bit.
Sure.
And so it's that kind of. So he made this case, and I thought that's good. So I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah, and that whole idea of just self-correction is so resourceful.
It's all we have, right?
Right.
At the end, if you don't have an instructor all the time, and you don't, then you gotta find a way and a technique that allows for that.
Absolutely. Great advice. Can you outline how cast drawing is taught at Repin Academy?
In all honesty, it's not.
It's not taught.
No, it's not taught. Mainly because it's taught in the art schools, in the art colleges.
Oh, okay, right.
And so, like, you already should be. It is taught a little bit in the preparatory course, a little bit. You do have some casts, and then they include casts in the in these enormous compositions. So there's like a bunch of people standing there, and one's got clothes on, one doesn't, is lifting something up. Behind them is a giant cast. There's a light from underneath. This whole crazy thing. And then you draw the cast, but it's just it's part of everything else.
Yeah, so it's like a prop. Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part. The way that it was actually taught to us was like it was highly constructive.
I see. Yes, I noticed that as well.
It's not something you really tend to do in Conte or in any of that stuff. You do it in pencil, in graphite, and you the whole point, you find your alignments, you find your axes, you like establish your major changes in play, and like you build it a little bit before you apply your terminator. Then you find your it's quite like then you find it, and then once you've constructed it, then I think the way you approach it is sort of comparable to the way that I've seen it done in ateliers as well. So It's like you find your terminator, then you get your shadow with all the reflected light, cast shadows. And then you move on to halftones and so on.
Yeah, well, that whole idea of construction from the class is, very different to the Western approach as well, where I see, the emphasis on formalization and straight line analysis, and then mapping in shadow shapes, and then getting in a flat tone. Construction isn't really emphasized. Forecast drawing or painting in a Western approach.
It is like. It is emphasized, is what you're telling me?
Well, I'm saying it isn't as much in the Western approach. In the Russian.
No, but it's not. at the same time, it's not as much, I think,
Mm,
but I think it's still very important. It's just maybe like technically it's not approached right away, but I do feel that people do tend to like in some places. Obviously, like I don't want to make the mistake that people make about the academy about ateliers as well, because like if you look at you could think of ateliers as sort of a conglomerate that's just one approach.
yeah.
But I've been to a fair amount of ateliers, and each one has essentially its own approach. Like
Yes.
you could say,
Yeah.
yeah, like in the end, maybe things look alike. There's some tendencies, but in general, you can see how in one atelier things are taught one way, and another way it's taught another way. And so that's. But like I think like maybe you don't think of in ateliers in general, you don't think of the structure right away,
Right.
but you do end up thinking of it eventually, especially when you're working in halftones.
Sure. Absolutely. Was some of the cast collection at the Academy destroyed during the Russian avant-garde movement?
Now, I did hear that something like that happened,
Hmm.
but I don't think a lot of that happened because the Academy has a cast museum,
That's right. Incredible.
and so yeah, it's an incredible cast museum with all of their original cast. Like those casts are old. They're like these 200-year-old casts
That's right.
that
Yeah.
were that were taken directly off of the originals.
Sure. Yeah.
Um, then there's an enormous cast museum in Moscow. It's not part of the art institutions, but
Okay.
that's in a museum. This
Sure.
is kind
Sure.
of one of the greatest things like I've ever seen. It's a
Wow.
museum that's filled with every amazing piece of sculpture, except it's a plaster cast of it
Wow.
taken
That's
from the
incredible.
original.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest things ever. And then there are casts in the other academy, the Mukhina Academy.
Yes. Yeah.
There's the entire Pergamon frieze
Wow. That's
that they
incredible.
have,
Yeah.
also taken from the original. So they are like super high quality casts. So if they did destroy some other casts, I don't think they destroyed any of like the really important casts. Like I'm sure they might have destroyed some of these that were copied multiple times and every classroom had them or something.
Hmm.
But I don't think it was like a like I don't think they got rid of like real art, like real masterpieces.
Sure. Well, that's good to
So, so,
hear.
so I mean, yeah, that's great on its own. You know, that's
Sure.
pretty good.
I've noticed that Russian trained artists tend to favor the use of sanguine and another black pastel medium, which is referred to as source. What
Yeah.
what is the preferred drawing medium for academic drawings at the Ripon Academy?
I think in general, the preferred medium when you're starting out is graphite
I see.
pencil because they kind of assume, and I'm with them there, that it's it's built up slowly, and so it's more like you have to be thinking a lot more, and then you have a bit more time to analyze and think and
Absolutely.
establish these things. So it's like a way to, however, like it's a way to start things out and get a feel for the approach. It's not that heavy, easy to erase, and all of that stuff. So the but then obviously when they kind of start you off earlier on some of the other softer media,
Hmm.
and mainly they start you off early for you to get a little bit of experience, for you to learn how to use them, because because you're going to be working in them eventually, right? Because when you're working on something that's as large as it usually is in the academy, and some of these things have gotten fairly large, you like doing the whole thing in pencil is insane, right?
Yeah,
So
of
I mean,
course.
but it'll take you way too long. So you do end up using a softer media. That's kind of a reason for using it. And the other reason for using it is that you can dilute it.
Yes.
If you really have to cover a large area, you just dilute it and paint it,
Sure.
and then you work into it again. So it's a flexible media as well.
Sure. And Ilya, what exactly is source?
I don't actually know what it's made of. I think I have some of it. It's actually very hard to use.
Is it?
I
Okay.
yeah, because it's something like I don't know if you've ever used it. Have you?
No, I haven't.
From a textural standpoint, it's kind of like a water soluble oil pastel.
Wow, okay.
So
Hmm.
I don't think there's any oil in it because then it wouldn't be water soluble, really, I would imagine.
Yeah,
But it really feels like an oil pastel. And they come in different colors. But if you really get the one that's black, it is just pitch black.
yes,
And
I've
because
seen that.
it's sort of oily, it's just like it's a disaster. So like if you're not in control of it, it can get out of hand really, really fast. So if I do tend to use it, I'm not a big fan of like pushing things to that intensity
Sure.
of a dark. So they have other ones that are kind of a gray and a green and things like that. So it's a fun medium. You can't get it anywhere. You can get it on eBay though. On eBay you can
Yeah.
get anything. So you can order it and it's fun. I think you kind of have to dilute it though
Hmm.
a little bit. Especially if you use the darker,
Sure.
those you kind of have to dilute and see what you can do with them. I think it's nice if you combine them,
Yeah.
and yeah, on their own they're kind of crazy.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I've seen them for sale on websites that have Russian art materials. But yeah, from what I understood, it sort of handles like as you mentioned an oil pastel, but very messy.
Yeah, it's very messy,
Yeah.
and it gets all over your hands. Yeah,
Sure.
it's a fun one.
Does the academy promote the use of it?
It depends. At a certain point, they kind of don't care what you use. At a certain
Okay.
point,
Sure.
like so, it's up to you. I had a few things I did where I kind of used it like a like watercolor, where the whole thing was just diluted, so it's kind of like I was like I worked in ink
Yeah.
or a watercolor was a single color. Like that's kind of the magic of it. Like you can use it in a multitude of ways,
Sure.
and I think it depends on the assignment. Like the I think there were some assignments that in which we had to use it,
Yeah.
but not really. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I understand you've tried various brands of Sanguine over the years. However, you've come to settle with Conte of Paris as your brand of choice. Are you aware of what the best brand of Sanguine available in Russia is?
Um, I I haven't seen like I actually would purchase it here
Hmm.
when it come back for holidays or whatnot,
Okay.
and I would use a Conte of Paris over like I would just have it with me, and that's what I would have over there. Like
Sure.
that's the medium I used. I don't think they had anything that was like a sanguine that they produced, or if they did, I don't remember it.
Okay.
Um, but I I just think it's good. I like it. Just like it has it's like the Conte of Paris that I use. It's slightly darker than a lot of the ones I've seen,
Sure. Yeah.
and so I like that. Though I have to tell you, there was a student in one of my classes, and he had some kind of a sanguine pencil
Yeah.
that was just unbelievable. And the worst part about it was that he had it for a long time, and you could like there wasn't anything written on it anymore because it
Sure.
rubbed off. And
Sure.
he didn't remember what it was. Like if I had a choice, I'd use that one, but I still don't know what that is.
I've heard that story before.
Yeah,
So apparently, the original sanguine used in the Renaissance has become obsolete. Are you aware of any Russian artists who excavate their own iron oxide hematite to make their own sanguine?
I don't know anyone who I don't know if they have.
Mm,
I would imagine it's possible.
yeah,
It'd be interesting. It's sort of it's taking things to an extreme. I'm
Hmm.
not like that into the particular the medium. Like I got to get the perfect
Sure.
medium. However, once you do find a perfect medium, that's kind of the one you want. So
Sure.
it's a matter of experimentation. But no, I don't know anyone though.
Sure. So,
So much.
Ilya, just to clarify, when with your choice of the Sanguine, the Conte brand, are you using both the pencil form and the actual pastel form, pastel stick form?
No, I'm not because the pastel I don't like as much.
Mm.
They're usually smaller. I
Hmm.
mean, they're the ones that you can get anywhere, and at that point, they're kind of the exact same thing as the pencil
That's right.
in terms of how wide they are. So I use a piece of chalk.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's available at some places here. I've seen a higher quality version of it produced by some company. Um, it had a little bit more pigment, but the one that I use is called Art Chunky.
Art
Stupidest name.
chunky.
Yeah, the
Okay.
stupidest name in the world. Um, but it's not sanguine. It's not a pastel either. I mean, actually, honestly, I don't even know what it is, but they advertise it as colored charcoal.
Okay.
So, and they come in all different colors, and they're kind of earthy. But I like that it's extremely dry, moves around easy, and you can
Yeah.
erase right into it. So, yeah, I combine the two. I wish maybe if I could get like the problem is that the piece of chalk is actually a little bit like it's lighter in value
I see. Yeah.
than the pencil, which is okay. You adapt, but it'd be nice to have maybe a few that were like they could all be kind of orangey, but have like slightly different values, possibly a lighter one and then also a darker one. That
Sure.
would be ideal for me, I think.
Yeah. Sure. So, Ilya, just with the Conte, do you find it a little bit too scratchy?
Uh, I do find the sticks a
Mm.
bit too scratchy. And that's
Okay.
probably you're probably right. That's probably why I don't use them, or at least one of the reasons I don't use them as well.
Mm.
Them I find scratchy. The pencil I don't find that scratchy.
Sure. Sure.
I
Great.
mean, it is if I really think about it, but it's okay. I'm used to it. Yeah, but
Sure.
that's the thing. The one that the student of mine had was not like it had a flow to it that the Conte did not have. If the Conte had a bit more of a flow but was not oily, then
Mm.
that would also be perfect.
Sure. Allegedly, Russia has the best drawing materials in the world. What's your opinion?
I don't know. I don't know who said that.
Well, I heard it on a forum, and I was just wondering why.
I have no idea.
Not sure.
I think they're good. I mean, that's what we used. The oil paints are great.
Hmm.
The oil paints are great. I've heard different things about them. Some people don't like them. Some people do. I think they're very high quality.
Sure.
Not all the pigments, not all the colors, but it's a wide range of them. They're relatively inexpensive, and the oil paints are great. I tend like there's some suppliers which I use exclusively that are like right now I can't get oil paints from. I could order them on eBay as well, but I don't care at the
Mm.
moment to do that. But what I do use is the gouache that they use, the
Gouache, yeah.
gouache, because if you purchase it here in the U.S. at least, it's unbelievably expensive.
Hmm.
The tubes are very, very small, but the gouache you get over there is in large containers, not a lot of pigment in it. So, but I think enough, in all honesty.
Sure.
Um, but it's just it's inexpensive. There's a lot of it, and it's not so bad.
Sure.
Like I've worked with some of the gouache you can get here, and you get this high quality pigment. It's super concentrated. So I get why it's so expensive, even because that would be more expensive. But I'm not even sure you need that. Like maybe you do if you're painting a poster, but who the hell is painting
Sure.
posters with gouache anymore? And so that's the Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are supplies there that are good, and we use them. I've worked with better, and I've worked with things that weren't as good. So yeah, I think I mean, that's, yeah, I don't know.
Sure.
That seems like someone made that up for some reason.
What's the brand of gouache called that you use?
I think it's called Masterclass.
Masterclass. Okay, great.
Masterclass. Yeah, and they also make the oil paints. They're like, they make the higher end oil paints as well.
Sure, sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
and you can find them on eBay.
sure.
And you should get, yeah, because there are people who have imported them. At least here. I don't know about Australia, but I know. But they have imported them here, and yeah, and they're not expensive at all. Like,
Fantastic.
and they last forever because they come in very large containers.
Great, great. Sounds pretty good. Does
Hmm.
does the Weapon Academy stipulate that figure drawings need to be composed on the traditional 18 by 24 paper format?
There were a few. I mean, I'm not sure 18 by 24. I
Sure.
don't think 18 by 24 was the particular measurement. And the only one that I really do remember that was like one that you had to use was a 16 by 20.
Yeah, sure.
The 16 by 20 if you're doing a head.
Sure, yeah.
And that was it. Everything else, I think, depended on your instructor and how large they wanted the work and how it looked when they would hang it up at the end of the semester, things like that. Like, I don't think there was any real idea behind the, like, yeah, I mean, it was kind of within an idea. So it's like, oh, I'm painting a large painting. It's got to be at least that big, but not that big. And that all depended on, once again, on how you would hang them in the studio, because at the end of at the end, you hang them all up.
Yeah,
So, but you hang them up on these boards. So you have to kind of make paintings that are small enough and to hang on the boards without obscuring the paintings above them. So like,
sure.
these are considerations that don't have anything to do with art. They just have something to do with like the exhibition at the end of the semester.
Sure, yeah. Moving on to my next question. Why are some of the drawings so big in the monumental painting department?
Well, it's in the name, right? They're monumental.
Sure.
It's something that came out of the Soviet Union,
Yes.
primarily when things like that were required. There was like a mural to be painted on a building, or for a parade, or I mean, or to decorate the metro, which is the only way it's used currently. Actually,
Okay.
it's in St. Petersburg, not necessarily. And I don't know, but in St. Petersburg, they're expanding the metro, and the um, the head of the monumental painting department,
Mm-hmm.
or like one of the studios of the monumental painting department, is and the head of the other one are actually just are two competing companies.
I see. Right. Right.
Yeah, they're actually companies. So they're two competing companies that apply, and the two of them have to some degree a monopoly. It's not a monopoly because it's not one of them, but it's two of them. So, but there's no other company that can enter that whole thing. So they basically compete for who gets to decorate, or find or put a mural in uh, on the like in the metro as they keep expanding it.
Sure. I
Uh,
see.
and and the reason why this is very popular is because for a large portion of it they hire students
I see.
who they have. And so I think that's a consideration that people have. It's like the students want to go to those to the class because they know if they are really good, they get the grades, they are the instructors are impressed, then they will hire them to help them create a mural. So
Sure.
it's thinking in terms of a future and a job for the
Sure.
most part. Yeah,
So the students in the monumental painting department are focused on becoming mural painters?
essentially, yeah. Which, in all honesty, is kind of crazy because that doesn't exist.
I see.
You know,
Right. Yeah.
like it doesn't exist anywhere,
I mean, a
and it,
painter's a painter, right?
for sure that's what you would think. But there's a stylistic quality that they're after,
I
which I'm
see.
not a fan of, and was never a fan of. So that wasn't even an idea I had. Like,
Yes.
and the stylistic qualities that they have, for me, overpower the education.
I
Like in all
see.
honesty, I think it's too early to start thinking in that style
Mm-hmm.
because it's overpowering. And the thing that I learned early, and I learned this from Gervitz at the Arts Students League.
Yeah.
From him, he made a distinction, and I made it like a few days ago in class too. He made a distinction between principles
Mm-hmm.
and style,
Sure.
and that I thought was very important. And I mean, you can't in reality, you can't really like have one completely separated from the other,
Mm-hmm.
but you could try. And I think education is about principles more than anything else.
Absolutely.
And so I think in the monumental painting department, the style they kind of my apologies, they kind of the monumental painting department has this like this concept that they need to preserve the flatness of the wall.
Okay.
So that is an idea.
Mm-hmm.
It existed in art history of long time ago, and then not that long ago. But there is the opposite idea that a certain amount of artists were interested in, is that you don't preserve the flatness of the wall. You have to make the wall disappear, right? That's the
Sure.
whole illusion of it. So,
Illusion,
but
yeah.
that's completely disregarded. So it's all about the flatness of the wall. So they flatten everything in a certain way. And it overpowers the principles, right? It overpowers anatomy and all this. I think
Sure.
that's the point of the academy. It's honestly so much easier to then figure out a stylistic aspect to these things and explore that and find variation within that if you have the principles.
Yeah,
If you
sure.
really are aware of like a spatial construction or form anatomy. So yeah, I think I have some problems with the monumental painting department, but honestly, I think it's popular mainly because there's like potential that you might get a job,
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
and that's kind of the worst thing about it. And I know that's important. And I mean, of course, I know it's important, especially here. Like where I teach now, like this, the school that is like focused on an industry, focused on people having a job in like in the arts. But
Sure.
I understand that, of course. But at the same time, that can get rather corrupted, and I think and it has, and specifically the way that it has been in the monumental department in the academy, because of course they're going to preserve a style because the head instructor of that monumental painting studio has a style which is his, and he needs to preserve that because he has a career, that
Sure.
has no,
Yeah.
so he's going to impose that on his students as well. And you can make comparisons to perhaps that's how education, that's what, like Rubens had a career,
Mm-hmm.
he had a career, he had a style, people wanted that, and the people who trained under him kind of, it's obvious that they trained under him.
Mm-hmm. That's
Uh,
true.
or any other artist. I understand that. You can make that argument.
Sure.
And I don't have much to counter it, except that maybe I just prefer one style over the other.
Sure. So the students in the monumental painting department, are they painting on canvas? Are they learning fresco?
Yeah, all that. Did they actually learn that?
Oh, they learn it all. Wow. Fantastic. Great.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah, like in terms of the techniques that they explore, that's really great.
Sure.
If they should change this, if it could be more open to other approaches, then it would be just ideal.
Sure.
It would be super interesting if that was the case.
That's true. Yeah. Is stretched paper adhered to board the preferred drawing support at Ripon Academy?
Absolutely, it's the only way.
That's the only way. And how do they go about preparing the drawing support?
It is you wet the paper,
Sure.
and then you kind of and then you fold over the edges, like kind of like you would stretch a canvas, except you don't really pull.
Okay.
Because if you pull, then you might tear the paper. So you basically just have to crease the edges along there's that edge of the edge of the board, and then you staple it to the edge,
I
and then
see.
as it dries, it flattens.
So you're stretching the paper.
Yes,
Okay. And
but you're not stretching it; you're allowing it to stretch on its own as the water evaporates.
that's right.
That's the distinction, mainly because if you stretch the paper and it's as tight as it is, but the water hasn't evaporated, then the chances are that as it evaporates, it'll tear apart. So for
Exactly.
anyone who wants to attempt this at home, I would just don't be afraid that like as soon as you staple it, there are creases in it and everything. Like it's not as straight. The whole point is that it should look like that, and it'll even out as the water evaporates.
Sure. And once it's dry, do you remove the paper off the board, or do you make your drawing whilst it's still stapled to the board?
No, you make it while it's on the board.
Okay, great, great. At any point, do you remove the paper off the board?
At the end,
At the end, right, sure.
yeah. I mean, I've actually found I have some things that I've kept, but I've kept them on the board because they were easier to they were easier to exhibit
Sure,
that way.
sure.
So that's nice. But at the academy, we would just take them off in order to use the board for something else.
Sure.
You don't need a lot of them. You just need a few, and then you keep using them over and over again.
Sure. Alternatively, could you just use rag paper and just use bulldog clips to hold it onto a drawing board?
Oh, I'm sure you can. I don't. I mean, if it's in the academy, you can't because they'll just that's the protocol. Like it's got to be on board.
But is that only for wet media or for dry media as well?
Oh, for everything, for everything.
That's fascinating.
We would,
Okay.
yeah, we would have even these boards that were like these tiny boards that we would stretch,
Hmm.
even if we were doing a thing for like half an hour.
Wow. Okay.
We stretch everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in a way, that's
I stopped after a while,
sure.
especially the small stuff. I mean, but it's very convenient if you're working on something that's not that small,
Sure. Yeah.
because then it's held in place. And the main advantage, I think, is how easy it is to erase off of that, because you don't have to be afraid of it being pulled off. The ability to erase on that, you can apply a lot of energy in erasing.
That's right.
It's nice.
Sure. Oh, well, I'm really
On top of that,
sorry. Go on.
no, and the one thing I just want to add to that is that it's very the other thing that we would do is that you could then put a color on the paper, either
Absolutely.
with ink or watercolor, and that's easy to do because then it absorbs the water again, and as it gets the color, and then as it evaporates, it gets even and flat again once again.
Sure. Well, I'm really glad that the academy maintains that discipline of preparing your own paper. I find a lot of students don't really have the patience for that these days.
No, they don't.
Sure.
They don't. That is.
Does this specific way of preparing paper have any other benefits than you've mentioned?
I mean, It's no, it's just it's something you get accustomed to. Also, like with anything, So
Sure.
I don't do it as often. I don't do it for things that are smaller, obviously, at the moment. But I like if I'm working on something that's not that small, I will stretch the paper. I will stretch the paper because then I guess it's just that I've been doing it for so long that I'm just comfortable with that, and I like how sturdy it is, and
Sure.
I also like a lot like preparing canvas. I like the aspect of it that you are like really planning ahead.
Absolutely.
And so I think it's very important. Like there's something about, at times there's a convenience to it, it's nice, but so you are beginning the painting way before you've begun the painting. Like in order
Sure.
to even stretch the canvas, you have to plan what the proportions of the frame are, right? So
That's
you're
right.
thinking of the composition is, you're thinking of what kind of canvas, but like there's a lot of factors that you're taking into account. So at that point, it's not even like once you start the canvas, there's actually no issue with starting the canvas because you've already begun way in advance. You're already prepared for it.
That's
And the
right.
same thing with the paper, because when I see this thing that like, oh, a painting begins when you take the canvas out of the bag that you bought it in, it's it's that to me is, yes, more convenient, but I think to some degree it's a shame.
It is, yeah. It's more authenticity in doing it the way that you've mentioned, a more labor-intensive way.
And honestly, it gets so much like I can stretch a board with
Mm,
paper in no time at all. Like I don't
sure.
even notice how fast I can do it. But that just comes with practice. Like it's not you don't even think about it, and it's like it becomes so ingrained that it's just part of it. Like you don't I don't think of it as an added amount of work that I have to,
Sure.
because I know that most of the work is still the painting. There's no way out of that.
That's right.
So, or the drawing or whatever.
Absolutely. As we've discussed, anatomy comprises a major component of instruction at the Repin Academy. I understand there is a room which is allocated specifically for the subject. Can you provide information as to the practical and theoretical components that make up the anatomy program?
Yeah, it's the anatomy program. I mean, it's kind of a standard uh, program in the sense that you have a class in which there's a lecturer in front of you, and there's a part that you're covering, and you're going over the basic origins, attachments, insertions, and functions
Sure.
of a group of muscles, or something like that, and that you get anywhere.
Hmm.
And then like the next class is, you're either working from the skeleton or you're working from a cast, an anatomical cast,
Sure.
and it coincides with what you covered in the class before that. So if you're talking about a bone in the head, you're probably working on a bone in the head and observing it,
Absolutely.
and then the exam at the end. Now I think I maybe this is how exams used to be done in a lot of places, but they're still done that way at the academy and in schools over there in Russia. You don't have like it's not like an exam over here, as an example. Like here, you get a bunch of questions. You either write in an answer or it's a multiple choice
Sure.
exam. Over there, it's not exactly like this. Over there, you have a table
Hmm.
with pieces of paper that are turned around. Like
Sure.
so you don't see what's written on the piece of paper, and you approach the table and you pick a piece of paper,
Hmm.
and those are the questions. That's your exam.
Okay, wow, that's interesting.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and so that's interesting because you only have to answer about, if like let's say the only thing you have to answer is about, let's say, a bone in the arm. Like
Okay.
that's the question. Like
Well, that's pretty
it,
straightforward. Yeah.
yeah. So but you don't know what you're going to get. So
Yeah.
in a sense, you could only prepare a bone in the arm, regardless of if it's the humerus or ulna or whichever.
Mm-hmm.
And then it can just so happen that that's the question that you pick,
Sure.
and you answer remarkably, and you get a grade. That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know any anatomy. You just know that question.
Sure.
That's possible.
Sure.
That seems a tactic that's insane. Like
Yeah, of course.
like what are the chances? So you end up preparing everything, and if you prepare everything, then you shouldn't be afraid. So you take whichever one you get, and that's the one you answer.
Absolutely.
Of course, in order to sort of to make sure that you know your stuff. Oh yeah, and the exams are oral.
Oh, the oral, are they? Okay.
Yeah, so then you kind of have like half an hour to prepare. You kind of like you don't have a book in front of you, but you can write your potential answers on a piece of paper, and you bring them up, and then the instructors are in front of you, and they ask you the questions that you have written on the thing. But then they're also able to ask you questions that are not on that piece of paper.
Okay.
And so at that point, if you haven't prepared, it becomes obvious.
Sure.
And then the other part of the exam is that they based on the practical assignments, so either the casts or the bones that you've worked on, they ask you to draw either it's also on the piece of paper to draw a bone from imagination.
Okay. Wow, that's interesting as well. Yeah.
So once again, you should prepare all of them. So you should be able to draw all of them from imagination, and then regardless of the question that you get, you're able to answer it. So like you answer the questions that way, and then you also prepare a drawing of an anatomical element from imagination.
It's really thorough approach.
Yeah, and they cover everything. Like we had a whole class on the anatomy of the eye, but not like the structure of the eye, the anatomy of the eye itself.
Wow.
Yeah.
So really,
inside.
Really, it's medical.
And no idea why. No idea why. I've never used
it. So you're going further than artistic anatomy, almost into medical anatomy.
Not everywhere, but in some cases, like the eye, absolutely.
Sure. It's really fascinating, the actual anatomy lecture hall in the Repin Academy. I haven't seen many classrooms like that set up. It's almost like stepping back in time.
It is, isn't it? It's a crazy place.
Incredible.
It used to be the drawing room.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, it was the only drawing room. So that's where you would go, and there was a model on a pedestal that you could turn,
mm-hmm.
and there was like the anatomist, and they would point out anatomy on the model and show the casts. So yeah, it used to be used for something else. Now it's become like exclusively the anatomy room, and there aren't any models in it.
Great, fantastic.
But yeah, it is like being sent back in time. It's a cool place.
It's amazing. Although the drawing instruction at the Repin Academy emphasizes a refined finish, the Academy's approach to painting tends to be loose and painterly, differing from the leaked salon finish of French paintings in the 19th century. Rather, the Academy emphasizes the overall composition of the painting, the placement, accents, and highlights to ultimately resolve the overall picture. In contrary, generally, the Western approach focuses on bringing a certain part of the painting to a very high level of resolve, one area at a time, via window shading. In referring to the Russian approach to painting, you've stated, quote, "The instructors taught us to ignore the superfluous and to focus on the core of what the picture is really about," unquote. Can you explain more ways in which the Repin Academy's painting approach differs to the West, whilst providing an overview of the Academy's painting program?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, I actually think, in all honesty, there are more parallels with the painting program at the Academy and certain schools of painting in the West than the drawing approaches. because they favor a certain painterly quality that I see in paintings that are done outside of the country, in other places. But it's true that this painterly quality, it stems from a kind of interpretation of impressionism that they had
Sure.
in the old academy, like not necessarily in the old academy, but they had at one point, and then they had in the Soviet Union. It's kind of like it's a painterly approach with still a structural like underpinning of
Sure.
of anatomy and of the form and all this, which I think is actually quite interesting because it's I have to kind of like it's hard for me to even imagine what the paintings would look like if that were not the case. Like if they were exactly like the drawings,
Hmm.
they would look like they wouldn't be alive at all. Like there wouldn't be anything
Sure.
in them.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure it's even possible. Like I'm not sure it's possible to convert it entirely, but it is possible to build upon it, right? So then you're working with paint, you're working with the different textural qualities of paint, you're working with color, but you're still trying to preserve a structural understanding underneath.
Sure.
And a lot and in painting, a lot, it is strangely enough, right? Like the painting looks as though it's more kind of open
Yeah.
than but I think my apologies. I think from the standpoint of education and the standpoint of approach, it is much more contained within a way to paint than the drawing is, because the drawing can keep changing a bit more based on your instructor.
Sure.
But even though the painting stylistically there's still like this whole idea of you always have to be thinking of the whole painting at all times. So you don't
Sure.
ever over complete anything at any point. Like you're just kind of adding information all over the place. Like you're always thinking of the whole painting,
Mm-hmm.
and in the end, it just sort of completes itself. It's something that has to happen, and that is the way that I also draw, and what you pointed out in my approach. But I wouldn't say that that's the drawing approach of the entire
Sure.
of the entire school. So that's kind of the thing that I want to
Yeah,
mention.
and it seems like the painting approach is a lot more based on picture making and composition, and like you said, treating, getting around a whole painting and all over kind of even treatment.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Looking at the drawings from the Repin Academy, there tends to be a grade allocated in the corner of the pages, which ranges between 1 and 5. Can you explain this grading system?
Yeah, and in reality, it's from 2 to 5.
Oh, 2 to 5. Okay.
Yeah, which is weird, right?
Yeah.
There isn't like 1 is not a grade. Like it doesn't exist.
So 2 is the lowest grade.
Yes, 2 is the lowest grade. Yes, and it means that you have not passed the class.
Okay, so you need a 3 to pass.
Yes,
Okay.
and then it's kind of a standard. 3 is not awesome. It's kind of average. A 4 it's okay. It's good, and a 5 is excellent.
Sure.
And then you can add, then you could add a minus or
Yes,
a
I've seen
plus.
those. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
but you can't get a plus on top of a 5. You can't get a plus on top of a 5.
Sure. So 5's the best mark you can get.
Though I have to tell you, I'm thinking, and I kind of remember seeing a plus on a 5, but that's kind of like, but maybe that happened a single time in the history of the academy.
Sure.
I don't know what it was, but yeah, it's kind of, you don't have a lot of options there. It's a 5, a 5, and you rarely get a 5 either. Like it's always a 5 and a minus.
Okay.
And sometimes they add a minus on top of a minus,
Okay.
which is weird. Um, it's weird because they're basically like emphasizing the fact that this is hardly a five, but it's still a five.
So what's the
It,
what's the average? Is it about a three that students usually get?
no, I mean the average I think is a four.
Four, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a four, and then you fluctuate between a plus and a minus. Uh, Threes are more common, obviously, than a five, and but not as common as a four. And then a five is something that's really got to be earned.
Sure, sure. And is that grading system carried right through the curriculum or just for drawing?
Oh, it's for everything in every class in school, in the high school. Everything is
Wow.
graded,
Well, that'll make
and
it easier for
that's how.
teachers as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just that's the entire way anything is graded ever.
Sure. Great, great. During your time at Repin Academy, you had approximately 20 instructors. Did you find that their approaches were tended to vary, or were they generally homogenized? Now, you've mentioned that approaches do vary depending on the teacher.
Mhm. Yeah, now I do remember saying 20 instructors, but I think what I meant was I had 20 instructors overall. That's
Overall.
including my education
Oh,
before the academy.
before Repin, yeah.
Yeah, in the academy, or I had around maybe 11 or 12 or something like more than half of those 20s were in the academy. And the thing
Sure.
about that is that and not all of them I had as like a major instructor,
Okay.
right? There was like, but the reason I added them in is because I think they're very important
Sure.
to who I am as an artist, right? And who I was as a student. Like there was one instructor who never actually directly taught me except for when we were painting outside. So for a very short period of time.
Okay.
But he taught friends of mine who were in that class, and I was over there often.
Sure.
And I would spend time there and pay attention to him teaching, and he was open to me being part of that. And he was incredible, and he was an incredible influence on me. So was he like if you look at the paperwork, you won't see his name as one of the instructors who taught me.
Okay.
But at the same time, I feel like he was a major part.
Sure.
So you know what I mean. So like the amount that each instructor gave is hard. And then there were some who I actually had as like a major instructor, but who I don't think were a major part of who I am, you know? So
Sure.
that's a hard sort of distinction to make. And this goes back to like that concept I was talking about earlier, that it's hard, um, it's hard to establish if like if I look back, I think that while I was there, it was very hard. It was very hard for me and for most everybody because every instructor has their own approach.
Sure.
And so combining it all into a thing and trying to and one instructor is contradicting the previous instructor, and so you have to like change everything, and you feel this way, and everyone feels this way.
Sure.
But then after you graduate, you look back and think, oh, actually, they were all saying the same thing. And I've said that to students of mine who've had multiple instructors who have complained that I now tell them something totally different.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell them that actually, you realize over time that we're all saying the same thing.
Sure.
But this thing that I was talking about earlier, the fact that like what is important is what I believe the academy is based on my experience. And so I'm not sure if they were actually all saying the same thing, or the fact that I've incorporated all of them into what my education is
Okay.
homogenizes them in my mind.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's kind of the idea there.
Sure. I understand Vladimir Mongolistev is the head of the drawing department at the Repin Academy, a position he's held since 1995. In 2011, he received gold and silver medals from the Academy for his teaching achievements and for his books concerning the fundamentals of art. He sounds like an incredible teacher. Did you have the chance to train with him, and if so, what is he like?
I did, but not for a very long time. And he was my instructor. He was my instructor during the preparatory course.
I see, right.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few, and they were kind of, some came in, so some days of the week, others came in other days of the week, because like the preparatory course was an extra class that they were teaching on top of the classes that they actually had.
Sure.
So yeah, he and then later on he taught drawing in the studio where a lot of friends of mine where a lot of friends of mine studied.
Sure.
And he's a great instructor.
Sure.
I think he's a great instructor. He's in, and I think he really was able to organize his approach in these books.
Mm-hmm. Is he very strict?
I think, I mean, he attempts it.
Mm.
Yeah, he kind of like he's one of these people who is like outwardly strict, but in reality, you are aware that he cares a lot.
Sure, sure.
And he's actually a lot like, yeah, it's that kind of, he's that kind of a person. Like initially, he appears extremely strict, and you're sort of afraid of him.
Sure.
But then you understand that that's not actually, I think, who he is.
Right, right. And what's your opinion on his books?
I mean, as I said, I think the books are excellent for what they're trying to achieve.
Sure.
And I think they correspond in my mind directly to the way that he instructs. So if the books establish this kind of like, you start out with, there's a sequential approach.
Sure.
And so you start out with a certain kind of like outline, a block in, and then you and then you establish like specific elements in a specific order. And I think that's kind of the most important thing that I got out of that. I think that order is important to keep depending on what you're after. And they're able, like the books, as well as he as an instructor, is able to teach you up to a certain point.
Sure.
Like, I don't think he is like extremely advanced in what he will teach you, but it's very even. And I feel like you go to his studio, and regardless of where you are, when you're out of it, you're all even. Like, you're all at the same point. I think he will be able to teach anyone and anything to draw like the way that you see in his books.
Sure, sure.
Which is a gift, in all honesty. It's crazy.
Sure. And regarding the gold and silver medals he won, does the Academy actually give medals out to certain teachers, do they?
Oh, God, I don't know. I think so. I mean, it's sort of a formality right now, I think.
Okay.
I haven't heard too much about that. I've heard that it happens, but I don't think. But like, it used to be a contest. It used to be like, and it wasn't a contest for instructors. It was a contest. It was a contest for the people in the school. And
a different workshops. Is that right, IIiya?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
I think it was. It was actually like an honor to get this thing. I think they're called that, but they're not the same thing. I think it's kind of a bonus to give to an instructor. It's great. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's a major part of the of like an accolade you get at the Academy.
Sure.
As it used to be. Yeah.
Right. I've heard that students have the utmost respect for professors at the Ripon Academy. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's there's an etiquette. It's very specific. There's a way of communicating with the instructors. um, that you like that has to exist regardless of what you like, regardless of what your relationship is.
Sure.
Like you might be an instructor that you hate because it's not working out or something. Regardless, you still have to be extremely respectful. Yeah, it's like it's old school. It's
Sure.
old school.
Yeah. You would
It's
imagine
not.
in such a conservative institution that
Oh
would be
yeah,
the case. Yeah.
for sure. It's yeah, there. I mean, it's interesting because I am not a fan of it. Like and by that I don't mean that I have a problem being respectful to my instructors or ever had that problem.
Mm.
The reason, what I mean is that I now currently as an instructor don't really care.
Sure.
Because I'm not sort of a product of that culture. And
Sure.
so, I mean, I am because I went to school there, but I also went to school here and in the United States, and so it's a lot easier and more relaxed here, and I kind of prefer
Sure.
it because it removes all of these aspects of it that I think are getting in the way of at times they can get in the way of real bonding and communication. That's, I think, extremely important in
Sure.
education.
Sure. Nikolai Blokhin is a drawing professor at the Repin Academy who is celebrated as a successful Russian artist, notably for his large-scale drawings. Did you have the chance to train with him, and if so, what is he like?
He is a major influence because he was my drawing teacher for the major part of the academy.
Great, fantastic.
And so and I think you can kind of like you can even kind of tell like in the work. I don't necessarily imitate him, but I can't escape him either.
Sure.
but that's, I guess, that is normal. He is fantastic. Like he is a person who doesn't care a lot about that kind of etiquette. Like you don't disrespect him outwardly, but you can see he doesn't care. Like he cares more about the interaction. He is strict and can be harsh in his critiques, but he's also always encouraging. Like there's something like he was able to really critique you, and you weren't ever upset.
Sure, sure.
And like the critique, as harsh as it was extremely encouraging.
Sure. And
and he's just a great guy. Yeah.
Yeah. When I look at his drawings, they do seem quite contemporary.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of are, and I think he's able to be sort of contemporary while incorporating his education.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, and in part, when I applied to be in the studio after the second course, he was a major part of why I applied.
Oh, great.
Go there. Yeah, because I knew he taught there, and I wanted to get what I could from him.
Sure. And he's fairly young, right? He's not that old.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's not as old as some others. But he doesn't teach there anymore either.
Oh, doesn't he? Okay.
No. But don't necessarily quote me. I mean, I'm saying it, right? So, but I have heard this. I've heard this from friends of mine who are there and who hang out with him, actually, because that's also one thing that he's very open about. He had a studio around the academy, like it was a few blocks away, and he was very open to students coming over there and hanging out and talking about art and all this. It was really good. But yeah, I don't want to say why he doesn't work there, but I don't think he does.
Sure.
I don't think he does, which is a shame, which is crazy.
Yeah, it would be. He looks like a great artist and a great teacher.
Yeah, and he's kind of a major part of what people associate the academy with. in all honesty. You
Yeah,
know, like if the academy is attempting to invite people in, like to open,
sure.
it's like to have more and more people come, to take out the guy who they're all aware of seems crazy to me.
Mm, mm,
Out of control crazy. Yeah. But it is what it is.
sure. I've heard that professors at the Repin Academy do most of their teaching through little diagrams they draw in the corner of a student's page to highlight errors and demonstrate corrections. Is this accurate?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say all of them.
Mm,
Um, there like are quite a few, and I mentioned this in brief, right? But there are quite a few who prefer to just make the corrections on top of the
sure.
painting or drawing that you're working on. And then there are others who do like to do anatomical diagrams on the side. I personally, as an instructor, prefer both approaches,
Sure.
depending on what I'm after and what I'm trying to explain.
Right, right. Is it true that professors teach into their old age at the academy, sometimes exceeding 80 years old?
Yeah, they
Wow,
do.
that's incredible.
Well, I remember this very early on. There was like an art historian in the academy, and she told a group of us about what used to happen. So in like earlier in the academy, in the 1800s. Well, in order to mention this, there's actually a church in the
Mm.
academy.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yeah, there's a church shrub like it's built into it.
Is it an
And so,
Orthodox church?
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the thing about it is that there used to be some people who taught at the academy
Mm.
who were baptized in this church because they were the children of instructors or people who taught there,
Mm.
and then they would go to school there. They would teach their whole like their entire lives, and when they passed away, they would be like buried and like that particular church would perform the funeral
Wow.
of this person. So that they were essentially born in the academy and they died in the academy. And this would happen a lot. This isn't done. This doesn't happen to that extreme, of course, anymore.
Sure.
But I have to tell you, I don't think anyone ever like decides to not teach anymore.
Okay.
They teach, and I've seen this, and this happened while I was there. There are teachers who come into class and they can hardly walk into class. That's the crazy, right? Like, did they have people help them up because there are no elevators or anything? So these like ancient people, like 98, and they're like somebody has to help them up to the studio, and you show them the artwork, and then they go down, and then you hear a few days later that they passed away, and like that's what will happen. Like, there isn't a single person I know who's like, oh, okay, I'm done. I'm old enough. I want to calm old age. No, you would keep coming to the school up until you die.
And
as a teacher,
what were their drawings like? These teachers in there, they were 98 years old.
Well, I doubt they did anything.
They just spoke. It was more this verbal feedback.
Yeah, because I mean, they could hardly. But in all honesty, it's case by case. Like, there was a guy. I never had him as an instructor, but he was old.
Mm.
I think he's still alive. Like, currently he must be, but he would move around the schools like just like it was incredible.
Mm.
Like you wouldn't even believe he was as old as he was actually.
Sure.
And he would just come in and paint your whole painting. Like it was, and you would never even think this guy at the time. I think he was like 88 or something.
Wow.
Like unbelievable. And yet, of course, you know. And then there's someone else who clearly needs to not come anymore and be on retirement and whatnot, but they just can't help themselves.
Sure, sure. Claims have been made that the drawings from the Academy aren't as good as they were in earlier years. What's your opinion?
Um, to some degree, it's probably accurate. It's
Hmm.
probably accurate. Um, the thing is, though, it's hard. It's hard to tell, and the reason for this is that there's a stylistic quality that can like impede like really analyzing these things, because for me personally, stylistically, I might prefer some of the stuff that's older.
Sure. Yes.
uh but in terms of just like really, if I try to remove myself from that and just think of technique, you know, proportions, anatomy, you know, all of this, then I think they're comparable in all honesty.
Hmm.
But I would prefer the old one.
Sure.
uh and maybe you can't separate them. Like, I think the older ones have more atmosphere, at
Yes.
least the paintings, and that to me is very important,
Hmm.
and I don't see that now. So that is definitely a quality issue. The other thing is that the old stuff, you only see the stuff that's of the highest quality, because that's why we're able to see it, because it was preserved by the Academy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So, and right now you can, especially with the internet, you can see everything.
Hmm.
And like, imagine though, like, you remove all the crap, because there's
Mm.
always crap, and
Mm.
like, and look back on it from, let's say, you know, a certain amount of time in the future, where
Mm.
you only see the highlights.
Sure.
You probably, like, you would see a stylistic change, and you might prefer one style over the other, but in quality overall, I'm not sure there's like it's a drastic distinction.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Academy seems to be predominantly focused on developing techniques to ultimately provide students with the necessary skills to create well-crafted artworks. Does the Academy offer any art history or theory classes that discuss the deeper philosophical side of art?
Uh, yeah, a lot of it. Like, for example, art history was a major part, and you know, Eastern art, Western art, the art of Russia. They were they were all individual classes that we had to take the entire time that we were in school.
Hmm.
And so, like, you always had an art history class,
Sure.
uh, and you actually had multiple ones. But there were also like, other classes, like the history of architecture, history of icon painting, philosophy. And towards the end, there was even, this was in some ways for us very interesting because we weren't exposed to it, but there was even like a history of more contemporary art.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
that was kind of eye opening, because it was like, oh my god, okay, so, and it was taught by incredible art historians, so it was cool, so it was interesting. Yeah, we had all that. The main problem is, of course, um, you we had we were told by uh, by uh, teachers that we had, for example, the drawing instructors, that we needed to cut the history classes in
Okay.
order to go back and to the studio and draw, because that was more
Oh,
important.
that's interesting. Did they feel like you were being influenced too much by contemporary art?
No, no, no. It wasn't even it didn't matter what the class was about. It was just, don't waste your time, especially early on. That this happened more early on.
Right.
Like, it was just like, okay, you got in here. You're not here to be like, you're not here to think about art history. You're here to practice.
Sure. Sure.
So, and then we still had to take the exams, and we were like, so how do we take the exams? And they were like, well, by the time the exam comes, you should have a book and you prepare for it, and then answer all the questions on your own. But
Sure.
don't. After a while, they stopped doing that, because, but like right at the beginning, it was all about the practice.
Right. Right. And with the exams for the art history classes, were they like long answer response questions or essay format? How did they
They were
go about?
no. They were exactly the way that I explained about the anatomy.
Oh,
They
the
were
same way. Okay.
or also you like of all the topics that were covered, you have like a few questions on multiple topics that you can't see, and then you pick one up, and that's your answer, and you kind of prepare an essay. You have about half an hour, and then you come up and you answer the questions orally.
Sure.
Which is really, really hard.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Because they're putting you on the spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you also, at least at the beginning, you didn't even go to the class. So it's brutal.
It sounds quite daunting.
Yeah, it definitely was.
I've noticed that many Chinese realists are trained in a Russian tradition, and the Repin Academy tends to be their chosen institute for training. Why is this so?
I think this is mainly because of the the ties between
Yes.
the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. That's kind of all that I'm aware of. I mean, I know that there was art education in China before that, and there were even Chinese artists who studied in Paris before that and all that. Like that did exist. I don't think on a scale as large as it became. And then when the ties between the two countries, like when they happened, initially there were the Chinese students who came, and then they got their degrees, and then they went back to China and organized the art education over there.
Sure.
And so now the weird thing to me always was, why are there Chinese students at the academy right now when they have such incredible art institutions of their own?
Sure. Yeah.
But from I asked them, and they just simply told me that a degree from the Repin Academy is highly regarded, and so they're like, with a degree from the academy, they're able to get a job.
Sure.
It's all, it's higher education. In the end, it all comes down to a job, of course.
That's right. Yeah. So that really explains why the Chinese artists are so influenced by Russian training. I mean, they went to Russia when the rest of the world was perhaps closed off to them to get their training,
For sure.
then go back to their country and were able to propagate that training throughout their own country.
Absolutely.
What is your opinion of the recently introduced summer school program that has been introduced to the Russian Academy?
Well, the interesting thing about that, and I mean, I think it existed for a while. It's become more popular now.
Okay.
But I think it became really like an idea that they had after Ukraine, Murray, the owner and founder of Bridgeview, when she called the academy and she worked with them and organized for a group of us, myself included, and I was still in high school at the time, to go over there and partake in this class.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I think she initiated that. She came up with that idea, because I know that the way that they handle the class right now, the amount of hours and all this, is exactly what we had.
Okay.
And so they saw this, they realized that there's interest, and they kind of took over and they made it into a program of their own.
That's
I mean, it's a great program. Yeah. So so I was kind of a part of, I was at the beginning of that. I wasn't at all instrumental in organizing it, but I was a part of that attempt, and I think it was great. And also the instructors I had were incredible. I had Gilevtsev as one of my instructors.
Sure.
Even at the time. And so that was all very interesting. But I just think I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing because it's a month long. You get to spend time in St. Petersburg, during a wonderful time of year. You get to experience the academy. You get to take classes at the academy. The only thing is that they never provide the instructors.
Oh, is that right?
As in the school provides them, but I've never seen them tell you who the instructors are online.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I noticed that as well.
And that to me is annoying, because and people have asked me, people in my classes have asked me, do you like, they were thinking of going over there? And I said, yeah, of course. I think it's, regardless of who's teaching you, I think it's a good idea, but it doesn't matter who's teaching you. So if you find out, let me know, because I know them. And I would recommend studying with one over a different one, like
Sure.
that's, but like, if you're already my student, then you might as well, like you don't have to heed my preference, but like, I feel like they should have, I think it would be good, as in most cases with ateliers and workshops, to advertise the instructor with images of their artwork.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think that would actually get tons of people. So
Yes.
if they hear this interview, they might do it.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah.
I understand the Makina Academy in St. Petersburg is considered to be the rival of the Repin Academy. However, Makina seems to have more of a commercial emphasis. What information can you provide about the Makina Academy and their approach to drawing?
I know of it. I know it because I've seen it, right? I know of it also because I took a class with a guy who taught there.
Okay.
It was a very short class. It was a couple of weeks, so I can't say I know the approach. Most definitely, the school has a commercial emphasis, and that's kind of the most important distinction between the academy, like the academy, the one that I went to, the Repin Academy,
Sure.
and the Mukina school. Like they're not interested in the same things that the academy is.
So are they training? IIiya, are they training industrial designers? Are they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they have a lot of things. They have jewelers, industrial designers, all different kinds of departments there. It's interesting. Sure. It's not bad. They have a particular aesthetic quality to the drawings, and it seems as though, and from what I know, that they kind of are thinking like they're thinking ultra constructively, if you will. Like, okay. I think constructively. I think the academy thinks constructively, but they disregard everything except construction. Mm-hmm. And so everything looks as though it's made of glass, right? Because light and shadow don't matter. Mm-hmm. And so it's this approach where you're just kind of imagining the entirety of a structure in the back. You're taking it back into the front. You're kind of arriving at it as you're kind of creating this web that builds the outside of the form. It's weird because it's like it's almost in this case, and it's really hard to think of the technical qualities here and the idea behind it, sure. And to separate that from the aesthetic quality of them. Sure. Like they look a certain way. They do. And that's just as important as what that is about.
Yeah, and it's true. I've seen a couple of drawings online from the Mukina Academy, and they practice like transparent drawing, where they're drawing the front of the figure, but at the same time they're trying to conceptualize what's going on in the back of the figure. And ultimately, what that does is it gives the drawing so much more weight, even though they're just done in line. They're still so weighty.
They are. Yeah, it's cool. It's really interesting. It's there are and I think as with all as I mentioned before with all approaches, there are qualities there that I think it's interesting to kind of absorb and
sure
and interpret on your own, use if you can. Yeah.
And is there a bit of a rivalry going on between Makina and Repin?
They say that, but I don't think anyone cares. Yeah, I think so. Like historically, maybe at some point that was the case. I don't really think it matters.
Sure.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on other schools around the world that are continuing the Russian academic tradition outside of its country of origin?
I mean, I don't know a large amount of them. I know the Academy in Florence.
Yes, that's right.
That's not part of the Academy
Yeah,
in St. Petersburg, but um, I know. I mean, Bridgeview is its own kind of, and I spoke about that. It's its own
sure.
kind of understanding of all of that. The thing is, I think that it's all excellent. I'm glad because I'm glad that it's introducing an approach
Sure.
alongside other approaches, and that is very good. And I think it's becoming just more and more popular, not only as just a different kind of atelier, but it's becoming more common to think of that as an approach, as like a way to practice.
Sure.
And that's just a good thing for just for its exposure, and that is very good. So, but the main problem, of course, is that it's usually run by a single instructor.
Right, right, yeah.
And that's the thing that I've been trying to talk about this whole time, is that the Academy is this crazy conglomerate of many, many instructors, of, in a sense, multiple approaches that you as a student, upon graduating, have made into your own art education.
Sure, sure.
In your mind. Whereas if you go to just like the Florence Academy, you have a guy who's teaching you, who's excellent. I mean, the guy who's there is really good, but that's just one person.
Sure.
And that's the thing.
Right, right. As mentioned previously, Lena Murray is one of the directors of Bridgeview School of Fine Arts, along with her husband John. At a time when it seemed like the Ripon Academy was shrouded in mystery, she was providing comprehensive inside information about the institution and the Russian academic tradition on a conceptart.org forum titled Realism versus Construction, a guide to choosing the right art education. This forum began in 2009 and is still being commented on until this day. It includes some in-depth debates about Russian versus Western art education from various perspectives. Are you familiar with the forum? And if so, what's your opinion of it?
I am. I remember looking at it while I was still in school. I saw it, and I saw it was very active.
Yes.
But I spent a bit of time on it. I don't think of it that much anymore, but I think it was instrumental in like exposing in a good way, right? Giving people an understanding of like a different approach.
Sure, sure.
So yeah, I think it was great.
And how did Lena Murray go? Because she had commented a lot on that. She was giving a lot of information about the academy. Did someone request that she starts to comment about the academy, or was that just something that she decided to do?
I think she decided to do it.
Sure, sure.
I don't know for sure, but I think also, I mean, in her case, I would just, I mean, as the owner of Bridgeview, I think it was, I mean, in part dictated by her own personal interests and artistic tastes, but also by the fact that she runs a school where, in a sense, that's the approach.
Sure. Yeah.
And so I could kind of understand it as also in some way also advertising. That's a speculation on my part, but I think yeah.
Sure, sure. A Russian artist named Boris Kazakov is said to have extensive knowledge regarding the Renaissance system of figure construction. However, I have found little information on him. He's mentioned multiple times on the forum. Apparently, many of his students, such as Artem Alexeyev, have gone on to teach at the animation workshop in VIA University College in Denmark, a school with a remarkable constructive drawing program. Do you know anything about Mr. Kazakov and his lineage?
I looked him up because I had no idea.
Sure.
And it's true. It's very hard to find anything on him. I think it's him, but I saw some of his drawings, and there were some I liked,
Mm-hmm.
and some I did not.
Yes.
But uh, I found them kind of kitschy in
Right. Right.
some parts. But there were a few that were kind of interesting. So no, but I honestly I don't know anything about him. But and Artyom Artyom Alexeyev,
Yes.
who I looked up. Also, yeah, that I mean, I didn't find a lot of work by him either.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I did, but it's more like a lot of it's more on the contemporary
Yes.
kind
Yeah.
of the contemporary side. So
That's right.
I saw a few things that were most definitely a product of something akin, like something out of the academy.
Sure.
But it was just like it was hardly anything though.
That's
But yeah,
right, yeah, and I'm very much the same. Had the same experience as you there, Ilya. I did do some research and I wasn't able to find much, but yeah, in the actual forum, Mr. Boris Kazakov is mentioned several times. Uh,
interesting.
yeah, so it is interesting, a bit of a mystery there.
Yeah.
Are many of the students you've come into contact with familiar with this forum?
Um, I don't really ask, but I could imagine
Sure,
based on some of the techniques that they have that they're probably interested in it, and because of that, I would imagine that they have gone on it.
sure, sure.
Because as far as I'm concerned, like it was really popular,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and so I'm sure if they just even look it up, that would be the first thing that pops up, and then they're caught into it.
absolutely.
You know.
Moving on. In 2013, at the age of 25, you graduated with honours from the Repin Academy with a Masters of Fine Art degree in painting. Your final year was devoted to your master's thesis painting entitled A Jewish Wedding. Can you provide some information about the process of completing this painting?
It's kind of it's a remarkable experience that you are given a room, a studio, and then you have all the time to paint a painting.
Sure.
You know, and like you don't have to go to class anymore, but by that time you don't want to go to class anymore. That's kind of it. You're done with that, and so that was a great experience. But you basically begin before the final, like before you like arrive in that studio. So like it's something that you do earlier as part of the composition assignments,
I see, right.
like simply in class. So that's kind of ideation. You're coming up with ideas. You develop them into a sketch that's not enormous at all. Like it's small, so you're just kind of getting ideas. And then towards the end of the fifth course, they approve it.
I see,
The
right.
like the committee at the academy approves it as what's going to be your painting, and then you go into it and you spend time gathering material, as they call it, reference
Sure.
images, portraits. There's a fair amount that I painted for that. Then you're kind of going back to the small sketch and trying to put all of it in there, get an idea for what it is. Then there's a committee that approves that. Then you begin working on a like kind of a monochromatic sketch
Mm-hmm.
of the composition, but it's not that large.
Sure.
It's not small. It's actually pretty big. But then you do that. That's approved, and then you do a cartoon. Also, it's monochromatic, and it's as large as the final painting is going to be.
Sure.
So you basically just keep enlarging. You finally do the cartoon, and what you do after, like once the cartoon is approved, then you finally begin on the painting. So you're not painting like I painted the painting in about a month and a half.
Okay. But the planning took you
But
the longest
so the
time.
planning took the longest amount of time. But
Yeah.
that's kind of the interesting part. That's a very good experience because, like I was able, like that's a big painting, and so the fact that I was able to paint it as quickly as I did, kind of all came out of the fact that I knew everything about it. I
Sure.
was just and so if there were some kinks, then they were small, and you work them out as you go.
Sure.
So that was interesting. That like if you really spend time planning, you might not need all that time for execution.
Right, right. And what are the dimensions of that painting, IIiya?
God, I don't. I know them in centimeters.
Okay.
In centimeters. I don't remember. I think it's 181 centimeters wide.
Mm-hmm.
I got it because it was all and it's about 212 centimeters high.
Wow, that's a decent size, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a small thing.
Great,
Yeah,
great. And then you done well for
or
your.
maybe it's more in height. I don't
Oh,
remember, but it's around there. It's around there. Yeah.
okay. And you done well with your final grade for that painting?
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah.
great.
The grade was good, and they kept it.
Oh, they kept
Well,
the painting.
yeah, yeah, they kept it, and then they put it in a few exhibitions after that. So
Great,
yeah,
fantastic.
in general, they keep your diplomas.
The
You
diploma
could,
pieces.
yeah, the diploma pieces. You could, yeah, the diploma, yeah, the diploma pieces they keep. I don't know why, and I don't know what they do with all of them. But
Mm,
so that means they have like an enormous amount if they keep them every year. You
sure.
are allowed to take them.
Mm,
But a few you aren't, is like because they're going to exhibit them, and they're kind of they're happy
sure.
to have.
Well, and it's great for the Academy's history as well to show how the work's
Yeah,
evolving over time.
it's true, and they really think about that. They
Great,
really think about that. Yeah.
great. The final year of an art student's formal training can be somewhat of a daunting time, as one moves from completing strictly academic exercises into beginning to make decisions as to what one wants to create work about. In relation to this transitional period, we had this to say, quote, "While attending the academy in St. Petersburg, which was rather strict, I could only paint what I call my own paintings at home, and even that was hard because there was some inherent conflict between what I was supposed to be practicing at home versus what I wanted to do on my own. I couldn't pull it all together," unquote. After finishing your training at the Repin Academy, how did you go about separating yourself from the strict academic exercises in order to develop your own visual language?
This is something I keep thinking about, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't know if it's happened or if it ever will happen. Like this is an ongoing part of who I am as an artist.
Sure.
On the one hand, I keep hoping it happens, but that's always the case. The word that I like in the question is the visual language, and of course, I might even think that I have something of a personal visual language at this point, but
Mm-hmm.
at the same time, I feel that it's very much tied to my education and tied to like the art that I enjoyed at the time, So, like, and there are times when I feel like I need to do something completely, like, move away from that entirely, and then other times I think that there's like I don't quite understand why I have to,
Sure.
So it's hard. So I don't really understand it, and it's a constant like I keep thinking about. I think that my work is my own
Mm.
in the ideas and in the concepts that I have.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's entirely my own in the technique. I think
Sure.
there's still a very large amount that is part of my education. And the real thing is, I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well,
And maybe it's neither. Maybe it just is what it is.
it seems fair enough because you've spent considerable amount of time training academically. It's hard to break away from that and then just go off and develop your own, as you said,
Yeah,
visual language.
I'm not. I think it's. I mean, I don't know if it's possible. I mean, maybe it is, and maybe it just happens over time. I feel like I keep thinking about this a lot, but I think that it's possible to develop a visual language. Like for me, if I were to imitate somebody else's visual language,
Mm-hmm.
like I could take some artist who's like not academic at all and just imitate that. But
Sure.
then that's me imitating that, and I don't think that's an honest, like that's not who I am and how to really come up with this. Like
Sure.
in a sense, I think the changes have to happen on their own. Like it just has to kind of happen intuitively. Something needs to happen in the paintings that I need to pick up on and keep expanding on,
Sure.
but not really, like not to be like it's. I don't think it's good to be like heavy-handed
Yes. Yeah.
with, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you should be. See, I have no answer. I'm on I'm all over the place on this.
Well, that's
It's a
tricky.
great question though.
It's a tricky thing to achieve, developing your
Yeah.
own visual language, and it takes
Yeah,
time. It takes
I think so. Yeah, and I think when it takes time, that's when it's honest.
sure, sure.
That's when it's honest, and then and also I'm not so sure it needs to be a complete, like I don't need to completely remove myself from my education. Like
That's right.
then on the one hand, like then what was the point of this education?
That's right.
And so like I think there are major parts of it that have to be a part of my language with something more, with something else included in it. I like it's a hard question, and that it's kind of one of the hardest.
It is.
And that's what some of my teachers told us, and we kind of understood it, but not in practice. They just said that if you think the academy is hard, what's hard is what comes after the academy.
That's right. Yeah, that's when the work begins, really.
Yeah, exactly.
You gather your inspiration from a broad range of artists throughout art history, not only pre-20th century ones. In fact, some of your influences are Pierre Bonnard and Henri Matisse. Considering this, I wouldn't necessarily call you a strict academic painter. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. It's that's kind of the continuation of these this idea of like of who you are as a painter. Honestly, I don't think I'm an academic painter at all. And in all honesty, it's hard for me to. I mean, I'm definitely a figurative painter,
Yes.
a realist painter,
Yeah.
but and I'm academically trained, but not, but that in its own, it's like I'm trained at a very specific academy.
Mm.
So like I'm not academically trained by the understanding of that by some other art school or an atelier or something like this. So
Sure.
this is a hard thing to formulate, but yes, I love those artists. I love a lot of art that was done at that time.
Mm.
And the interesting part for me is finding how I could incorporate certain qualities of, and mainly I think color is the
Yeah.
idea there. Like how can I really use that
Mm.
and kind of combine it with my education?
Sure. In the same year that you graduated, you won first place award in the American Portrait Society's International Portrait Competition. This must have really helped your confidence, being a fresh graduate, that is.
Oh yeah, it was awesome, and it was a surprise, and it was an honor and an amazing experience. And the truth was, I was still in school. I was a couple of months. It was like a couple of months before my graduation, so
Oh, wow.
it was good. It gave me some confidence, mainly because that's when you are really kind of afraid, like right, because
Yeah.
the school, especially something that I was in for so long, is coming to an end, and I'm an artist.
That's
That's
right.
what I'm a painter. I'm not an engineer. I can't go and so like having that kind of was like, okay, so I got that. That means that people seem to be interested in care.
Sure. And what portrait was that, IIiya?
It was a portrait of a friend of mine. It's this elongated portrait. Artyom.
Mm-hmm.
He painted a portrait of me also at the same time. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it on your website?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, great, great.
Yeah, it's the portrait of Artyom. The main problem with my website is that the paintings don't have titles.
Oh, I see. Right.
So it's just images, which is on the one hand I like, but that seems sort of obnoxious. So I do keep meaning to I keep meaning to go in and write titles and like the medium and possibly slight like on that one I could put that it won an award, something like this
Sure.
to clarify these things. But
Sure.
it's on there, and also I think if you yeah, it's on there, and I think it's not that hard to it's easy to find online.
Great. Great. Opportunities did open up for you whilst you were an emerging artist. In fact, in 2015, you were awarded first place in the Icon Bay sculpture competition, where you were picked. Sorry, excuse me, where you picked to execute your design for a large outdoor sculptural installation in Miami in collaboration with a related group architectural firm. This installation shows your openness to experiment with contemporary art mediums. However, this particular installation does seem odd in your overall body of work. Can you explain a little about it?
Oh yeah, it's really odd in my body of work, and I it's kind of not my body of work,
Yeah.
in all honesty. It has nothing to do with it. It was honestly, I got the prompt.
Hmm.
I got it in an email online while I was painting my diploma painting.
I
So it was in
see.
2013,
Yes.
and it was like I just thought it was interesting because I had done these paintings for my parents' office,
Mm.
and they were these kind of a lot more decorative uh, pieces that also not really a part of my work. And then I won this other like small competition. This was all while I was still in school for to design kind of a mural for and a mural a kind of entryway for a gallery in Manhattan
Okay.
in Chelsea. And so like it was I felt like this was all part of it. Like it was all part of this work that wasn't the academy. It was all this decorative kind of stuff, and this came at a good point because I was so like into painting this diploma piece where I'm working from these images and from like people who are coming to pose for me. There's not a lot of color in the thing,
Mm.
it's like an
Mm.
academic diploma painting, all of it just so I felt like this was kind of would be a project that would be enjoyable. So at that time I sketched it out, kind of had an idea. I constructed a model out of cardboard.
Mm-hmm.
I painted it, I photographed it, and I sent it in. And it was a couple of years later, in 2015, that they picked it. Well, it took a long time, mainly because I think all of these architecture jobs that involve construction always take
Mm.
a very long time. And so they picked it. The main problem was that I designed it. They didn't provide any plans,
Okay.
which is ludicrous because if you're asking for a design of a public installation of any kind, this requires you to have an idea of where it is, right? So that
Sure.
and they didn't provide any of this. So I made it up as I thought it would look nice, and then they picked it, and then they already had the proper like the amount of space they could occupy. So there was no way that I could construct the one that I thought. So at that point, I had to redesign it in order to get within the confines that it was allowed.
Sure.
And so I did. Even though I don't think it's as interesting at all as what I initially had. I like what I initially had much more. And it was supposed to be a lot larger also. But then I didn't execute the thing. It was part of the company that executed all of them, and the building, and they cut it out and made it work. It was a project, and I really enjoyed it. And in all honesty, it's definitely not a part of my body of work,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that it unifies my body of work in a way
Okay.
because it's sort of in opposition to everything
Yes.
else,
Yeah.
and so everything else kind of becomes my body of work. Whereas if that didn't exist, I think my body of work would be completely, not cohesive, because I think because I like to experiment and do things like that, and it's and I think it would be kind of all over the place. What I think
Absolutely.
it is, but because of that, now it looks a bit more cohesive.
Sure, sure, and it's great that you were brave enough to take that commission that came forward and experiment with something that's so antithetical
Yeah,
to what you experienced in the Repin Academy.
oh, for sure. And that's probably why I wanted to do it. Like after you're there for so long, you just want to experiment, and that's kind of what happens to a lot of artists. Like I'm sure you've seen that the artists that graduate from the academy, a fairly small amount like continue with academic art. A
Yeah,
lot of them become like completely abstract.
that's right.
They like do these things that are just out of control, and I think that's just because you just get exhausted.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
And on the one hand, I don't see a point in doing all of that, like taking it to that extreme. This is what we were talking about. I
Mm,
think it's important to still like have that education and see what it can offer, because it can offer
sure.
a lot. It offers a way that you perceive the world around you first and foremost,
Hmm.
and then on top of that, to kind of to make it something of your own.
Yeah, that's great advice, Ilya. Your CV evidences that you're a very active teacher. In fact, you have given workshops and lectures in institutions which include, although are not limited to, Ringling College of Art and Design, Del Mar College, Los Angeles Academy of Figurative Art, Florence Academy of Art, Grand Central Atelier, the Academy of Realist Art Boston, Princeton Art Academy, NYC Drawing Room, Dacia Gallery, along with many more. Do you find that teaching helps your art, or is it something separate in and of itself?
Um, I was asked this not that long ago, and my own answer kind of I was surprised by my own answer, and I think that I in reality find it inseparable.
Sure, yes.
And so, and I am also well aware of people who teach because they have to.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a lot of people like this, and I mean, I also, in a sense, teach because I have to. It's income.
Yes,
It's that's the idea. But on the other hand, that's as important as that is. It's something that I find extremely enjoyable, and
absolutely.
it's something that is so much a part of me that I'm not sure I will ever be able to think of as something apart from my artistic practice.
Absolutely.
And so like when you're working on a problem with a student,
Mm-hmm.
that goes into like like that's kind of the feeling I get is the same as if I'm solving a problem on my own. And
Absolutely.
often a problem that I solve with a student, or I even see a student solve on their own, can then become that's an idea that I can then kind of take and use on my own and find my own way to use it. So it can be extremely inspirational.
It's true. It's true.
And,
Absolutely.
and so, and I mean, and I love the interaction. I'm very extroverted, and I'm aware of how extrovert I am, and so there's like a need for that interaction that I have and that I enjoy, and it's wonderful when you see progress. It's like the greatest thing that you've helped these people achieve something that they want to achieve.
Sure. Sure.
And I mean, of course, there's the main issue and the main problem is that it takes a lot of time and energy.
It does. Yeah.
And so it's yeah, and so occasionally, depending on what's going on in my life, it doesn't leave as much time for personal work as I would like to have. But everyone who teaches is aware of that, and
That's right.
you balance it. And but on the other hand, I'm not sure that if I did not teach, I'm not sure that the work in the studio would be as productive.
That's
So
true.
it's inseparable, I think.
That's true. On April 30th, 2014, you participated in a panel discussion with James Sondo and Jacob Collins titled Examining the Russian Academic Tradition, which took place at Grand Central Atelier in New York. Can you recall some of the points that were discussed during this panel?
In all honesty, not really. It was sort of a while back, and I hadn't done a lot of these sort of public speaking events at the time. That might have been the first one I'd ever done, and I'm nervous before all of them. I was nervous before this interview.
Sure.
I mean, I ease up after a while,
Yeah.
but it's always a new experience, and it's, for some reason, it's never been the same experience. You know, like if it was the same experience, like, you know, it was the same kind of a talk, then
Sure.
I'd be able to kind of to use what I learned from the previous talk. But every talk somehow has its own, like, particular, like, there's a quality to it that's not in the others. And so I feel like it's starting again every time. I'm not.
Sure.
I know I'm not, but I'm always nervous. And I was terribly nervous. I wasn't alone though, and I was with James, who's a friend of mine, and that was a good thing. And I mean, I had a PowerPoint with images of, like, a lot of the stuff we spoke about, like the like older academic drawings, and I think I had some of the gurus, and I had Mukhina drawings, and I had yeah. So I just, like, a lot of the stuff that we've actually discussed here, and Jacob Collins actually asked me the question that you asked about the difference between the drawing at the Academy and the painting. Like, he, in a different way, he did not see at all the connection between them. Like for him, they were something completely apart.
Sure.
And I tried to explain how, for me, they were not, but obviously for me they were not. I went to school there, so I see the connection, and I can also understand, as we spoke about, how there is there seems to be a major, like, people, they don't connect in people's minds.
Yes. Yeah.
That well, even though, as I said, I'm not sure that they can.
Right.
In the way that they assume that they have to, you know.
Sure. So James Sondo was also on the panel with you. I understand that James Sondo was the first American to be accepted into the Repin Academy in 15 years after it sort of went through its avant-garde process. Is that right?
Yeah.
Great. In 2014,
after it was open to everyone, you know.
So this is after the initial breakdown of the academic curriculum, and after it sort of regained its ground after that period, right?
No. He was accepted after the end of the Soviet Union, when the Academy kind of opened up to people coming in from everywhere. He was the first American accepted.
I see. That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that, IIiya.
Yep.
In 2014, you began teaching at the Bridgeview School of Fine Arts, the school in which you received your initial training. Are you currently active as a teacher in the school?
I was, until not very long ago, until I moved.
Sure.
And until I came to teach at Ringling College of Art and Design in Sarasota.
Sure. And when you were teaching at Bridgeview, was that just a part-time position?
Yeah, but I taught there quite a lot. I mean, I taught a number of classes over there, a couple of times a week, 3 evenings a week I had.
I see. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. In 2018, you began a teaching position at the Ringling College of Art and Design in Sarasota, Florida, where you currently teach drawing and painting in the illustration department. What curriculum do you follow in such an institution?
Well, the classes that they have are all like are just the classes that they have. You know,
Sure.
they have illustration classes and media and stuff to do with computers and including the classes that I teach, which are painting, figurative painting, painting outside, drawing with an emphasis on anatomy and all the stuff that I can teach and I know how to teach. And the main thing about the school, which is incredible, is that like as soon as they assign you a class to teach, you're in charge of it.
Oh, wow. So you can do whatever you like with the curriculum.
Exactly.
Great.
And so like, and I mean, and obviously if the class is painting portraits, then you should kind of, keep with painting portraits,
Sure.
Yes, so it still has to be within the main idea of the class, but in terms of the assignments, how long each pose is, are you studying anatomy? Are you focusing on something else? Are you like all of that is on you.
Great.
And that's incredible.
Fantastic. And are you there full time, 5 days a week?
I am.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. You're also currently featured as a fine art instructor on the New Masters Academy instruction website. Can you explain a little about the history of the academy and your affiliation with it?
The New Masters Academy, I mean, it essentially, I think it began when they kind of understood that there's a need to use the internet.
Yes.
For art education.
Absolutely.
And and it's happening all over the place right now, but they've expanded to a point where they have a large amount of artists. And the interesting part about New Masters is that it's not an artist who is, and I've known that I don't really like. I'll step that back a bit. Okay, so it's not a single artist who has like a website of their own and a channel on YouTube and that's the art education that you're going to get. Like I like the fact that it's the New Masters Academy is an academy.
Sure.
Like and by academy in the way that I've been explaining about the academy in St. Petersburg is that you are able to take from a lot of instructors, and they keep inviting instructors and more people, and then that's incredible because that's what I think like education is about. It's the ability to take what you can from from as many people as you can.
Sure.
To become who you are. And so and they started extremely small. They started with I think it was so like they didn't have anything except the camera and a few instructors, and right now they're this enormous school with these with constantly improving capabilities and all the cameras and the crew, and they have a whole area in which they have classes on location and stuff like that. So they really are expanding, and I'm like all of the stuff that they to do is also the thing that I like about it is it's geared at education on quite a high level.
Sure. Yeah. Definitely.
And that's the important. It's not like some of the things I see which are kind of a hack. I mean, I don't mean to insult anyone, but it's not like it's not for people who, I mean, it can be, but it's for people who are really interested in improving.
That's right. Yeah, and it really is incredible just the amount of content that they have on their
Hmm.
on their website, and really really high quality content as well, which is just fantastic.
Hmm. And
Um,
it keeps improving.
absolutely, absolutely. I understand you've recently released an online Russian drawing course for New Masters Academy, which is essentially a condensed version of your own education. This is the first time that the Russian approach to drawing has been thoroughly explained and documented on video. Can you provide some information about the course?
Yeah, it was my attempt to distill some of the concepts that we've been talking about and the ones that I got that I learned in school and the ones that I use as I paint and teach into a logical, coherent kind of like into a course that was structured sequentially.
Sure.
Um, and in all honesty, I think it turned out. It turned out. I think it's excellent.
Great.
And that was the first time I was recording anything, and at first I was, but like, and after I got over, I got over the fact that I had to see myself on camera. Uh, like I looked at it. It was, I mean, I think it's excellent. But like, I mean, yeah, I really think it takes a concept and the exercises help you understand this concept, and then you build on that concept, and
Sure.
then you keep building on them like as you go, and
Sure.
so yeah, and that's the hard part because like this is the thing that I'm talking about the academy. Like this is like what I try to do here is what I believe the academy is,
Sure.
because that's the experience that I had. Like I'm certain that somebody who went there might watch it and say like I don't even know what's going on here. It's
Hmm.
possible because they had a different experience. Like at the same time, there are important things that I'm sure we'll all agree on, and
Hmm.
that they'll. But the whole point is finding a way to make it into a program. That was the interesting part and the hard part, because the academy is not, as we know, it's not very organized in
Sure. Yeah.
a lot of its ways, which is on the one hand sort of an issue, but on the other hand, it's kind of its character.
Sure.
The Yeah, and so the part that is currently out is the introductory part with like the absolutely fundamental principles, techniques, exercises that are building from the absolute basics and kind of all the way up to a cast head, a
Hmm.
planar head,
Hmm.
and then only the first part of the slightly more advanced part, which is now focused on anatomy and things like that, is out, and that is it's focused on the head and the neck,
Hmm.
and we were able to use these incredible anatomical casts from cadavers
Hmm.
that were prepared by Elliot Goldfinger, the anatomist.
Fantastic. Yeah. Great.
Yeah, these casts were, and this was the first time they were on camera, and I got to use them to explain these things. And then there's a lot more to come because there's a lot of it is like a lot more is already recorded, so it's just going to be like we thought that getting it all out as like a bulk course, there wasn't a point because it was just such an amount of content.
Sure.
So then there's going to be more anatomy and yeah, so there's more to come, and we're adding a more advanced part that I haven't recorded yet, but the plan is for me to go, and it'll include multi figurative drawings that are a lot of larger, maybe some cloth hands, like things that you kind of more advanced things that in the academy generally you would maybe focus on closer to the end.
Sure. So you've got the first part recorded, however, the last part of the actual program you're still recording.
Yes, that part is only to come,
Sure.
and then the plan once the drawing part is over, the plan is to do the same thing with
Oh,
a painting program.
fantastic. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Great. Concerning your own teaching, what is your opinion of using Asara heads to teach head construction?
I mean, that was the head. The Asaro head is the one I used in the end of the of the of the of the beginning part of the NMA course.
Oh, was it?
Like
Okay.
yeah, it ends with an Asaro head.
Sure. Great. Great.
And I think it's it worked perfectly for that purpose, mainly because I think it's just a great head to begin that kind of an understanding of. Like it's not overcomplicated,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's a way to practice getting all the planes on there, outlining them,
Mm-hmm.
uh, not getting too caught up in anything. And I think the interesting part is that at the end, what you end up with is a head. It's clearly a head, even if you haven't had too much experience, because there's a clarity in there that is helpful.
Sure.
Like, are those the exact constructive constructive schematics that maybe you'll end up incorporating into an actual portrait? That's kind of up to you.
Mm-hmm.
You might pick a different constructive head or something else, but overall, I think it's quite good.
Sure. And going off of the Asara head, Ilya, there's a lot of casts of planar heads out there, but they have more planes added to them.
Exactly.
Do you think the amount of planes that are on the Asara head are sufficient?
Um, I, what would be awesome is if you had, like, I don't think a single head is ever enough.
Yes. Yeah.
And so, like, the Asaro head might not have some of these planes that are more intricate, but a head that has some of those might, like, at a certain point, be more than is required to understand a concept. So, like, you would need a few heads with, like, varying levels of constructive analysis
Sure. Sure.
to really explain some of these concepts.
Yep. Good. That's a good answer. What's your opinion on other drawing systems such as those developed by Frank Riley and Andrew Loomis?
I mean, I think all of it's good. I think all of it's good. My problem with them is exactly it was in the question, right? My problem is that they are a very specific approach, right?
Sure.
They're an approach that comes with an aesthetic, that comes with sort of these technical aspects, and it's not that this isn't the fault of the artists who came up with these approaches, because they're kind of allowed, right? As artists, you're allowed to come up with your own approach.
Sure.
But I think from what I've seen, and by no means is this a hard and fast kind of a thing, but I've seen that around these artists, there's at times somewhat of a cult,
Right.
a kind of thing. And I mean, it's not a very exciting cult. This is only like, yeah, so it's kind of, it's a cult because it's one approach, and it's an approach against all others. And I come from a school, as I said, where that's really like that's the case. Like, that is the only school there is,
Sure.
or at
Sure.
least that's what they proclaim. And I know what that is. I know what it's like, and I know, but also, and I understand. Like, you have your own education, and you are trained in it, so you do believe that is in some ways the best education. Because if it's not, then why did you spend like that amount of time trying to achieve it?
Right. Right.
And but all in all, I think all of it's excellent if you think of it as, just as we said before, that arsenal of techniques and approaches.
Absolutely. Great.
Because you need to have everything that you can to adapt to what's in front of you. Right?
Sure.
Like, it's all about knowing as much as you can in order to be a better improviser.
Great. Great advice, Ilya. Many artists testify to the superiority of Gottfried Baum's books on anatomy, and students of the Russian tradition seem to stand by them. In fact, much of Baum's work has recently been translated to English. What's your opinion of these books?
I offer them to all of the students I have, and mainly because I don't think, like, he doesn't offer like an approach.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that we were just talking about, right? So
Sure.
I mean, you could make the argument that the anatomical, the diagrams are giving you the anatomy in a way that is an approach, and like it's an approach.
Mm-hmm.
And so ideally you would take them with a grain of salt, use them because they're excellent. But the goal isn't to just remember all of his anatomical constructions. The goal is to learn to invent your own constructions based on what you're observing.
Sure.
And so, but Bomis is kind of objective enough
Mm-hmm.
to be very very like instrumental in helping with that.
Sure.
And but also the book is filled with artwork. It's filled with examples of artists from all over art history.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not conservative at all in a way. Like he's opening this up, like he's giving you his way of doing it, but he's showing you like an immense amount of artists because he believes in the application of all of his anatomy.
Sure.
In achieving something of your own like
Right.
and individuality.
Sure. So when you mentioned that that book that you just mentioned, Ilya, is that the recently translated book that is come out in English?
Yeah, I think that's one. He has a ton of them, and some of
Yeah.
them are rather repetitive. Like it's kind of like I've seen some, and they're kind of identical, except
That's
in
right.
some of the sketches are on on paper, and the other ones are on something. Like it's I mean, if you have one of them, you have all the others. I
Sure.
mean, he does have one on animals, and he does
Yeah,
have
that's
one
right.
on cloth, which is I've seen only once in my life.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you can add some of those, but it could be any of them. I honestly don't even think you need to have it in English. Like you don't like
Yeah, I've
I
heard
never
that as
had it in
well.
English.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just need to copy the
The
pictures, look at the
diagrams.
pictures. Yeah, and that's even more. I kind of like that even more because I've read only very small parts of it,
Mm-hmm.
and when you read it, like maybe he's offering you something that I'm not aware of, and I don't think you need it. I think that all of the images they speak on their own. Like you don't need his explanations at all.
Sure. Coming towards the conclusion of the interview, what books would you recommend on Russian art education?
Now, this is a hard question,
Mm-hmm.
mainly because I can recommend a ton, but they're not available. So
That's
they're not in
right.
English. And so we already did mention the Mogilevtsev
Yes. Yeah.
books. So if you don't have them and you're interested in this, I think they're a great place to start. We were just talking about the Bomis anatomy,
Mm-hmm.
which is not necessarily the approach of the Russian Academy, but it's most definitely but it's used there and it's very important. Everyone thinks very highly of them. So but the real thing is, and the thing that's kind of a shame is that almost like every Russian artist that everyone admires and that are becoming more and more well known due to the internet, almost all of them wrote a memoir.
Right. Yes.
And they all have a chapter or two on their education in the academy.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you look at all of these, they give you a full understanding of like the history of the academy, a lot more than any like a book on the history of the academy itself is going to. Plus, you're really like these are the artists putting this stuff down on paper.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And so that, like, maybe slowly people will begin to translate them more and more, but that's where the real information is, because that's where you get, like, that's where you can get an understanding of how teachers interacted with students, what like the students were interested in, how they like what they thought of the academy, or if they, and all of this. It's all in what the artists talked about.
Sure.
There's not that much on like technique.
No.
But
Yeah.
there's a lot. But you can gain a lot about just what the environment in the school was.
Sure. And as you mentioned about the whole issue of them being in another language, I know that the Mongolistiv books were recently translated. Well, some
Yeah,
of them were recently translated to English, and I think they're working on a couple more to get translated as
that's good.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as you mentioned before, Ilya, in regards to the actual academy and how towards the end of your training you go into a certain workshop that's headed by a particular artist. I've
Mm-hmm.
found, are you familiar with 4art.org?
4art.org. I think so. I've seen it for sure.
Yeah, they sell the Russian art books. Uh,
Yes, they do. Yeah.
yeah, they've got actual monographs printed of the instructors and the students of the academy throughout the history. I'm not sure if you've found those as well.
I mean, I might have seen. I don't know the precise ones. I'll take a look.
Yeah, well, they're all in Russian, but nonetheless, they give you an overview of the master who ran the particular workshop and their students'
Hmm.
work as well. Yeah.
I think in this case, I think it's kind of okay that they're not in English because
Mm.
here the images will speak like a lot louder than any of the words will. I think. Like the
Sure.
whole point is to get an idea. It's nice. It's nice when they're in English. I agree. It's
Yeah.
nice when you can also read about it and all that. I'm sure, of course,
And
not denying.
sure, and recently the Academy has released a book on drawing, another book on drawing, which is all in Russian. Have you had a chance to review that book at all?
No, do you know who wrote it?
I'm not sure. I would have. I'm not. I don't think it was
I do.
Moglastev, but it was. It's just an overview of the drawing that have come out of the Academy over the years.
Interesting. No, I have not. I'm gonna go and look at all this.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it in a long time. I know that a professor of mine wrote a book
yeah,
very recently. She currently teaches in the monumental painting department,
I see. Right,
and
right.
but she was unbelievable. Like she cared. She was harsh as hell. Like she would scream at us nonstop. But she gave us all of her energy and time, and she was always in class and always there.
Sure,
Like yeah, she was incredible. So like stylistically, I might not agree with some things, but she was yeah, she
sure.
was a hell of a professor, and she wrote a book. I know that for sure. I saw it on Instagram or something, or on one of those.
Do you know its title, Ilya?
No, I just think it's probably just something like academic drawing in the monumental studio,
Okay,
something
yeah,
like
yeah,
that. Yeah,
yeah.
they're all called that.
Sure. Have you come across any definitive book on the actual history of the Repin Academy?
No, I've not.
No.
Um, there I've seen some that God no, no. But I'm sure they exist. I'm just
Sure.
ignorant of them. I'm sure they exist, but they might be. I've seen more. They're more like pamphlets. I've
Yeah,
seen
yeah, yeah.
that are written by art historians, and some aren't that small. Like some, like you can maybe even call a book,
Mm,
but
mm.
like a book, like a real, like a monograph almost with images and articles and like parts taken out of these artists' memoirs that I'm talking about, like something like that. I don't think exists, but
Sure.
I might be wrong.
Have you come across the Italian books on anatomy?
I
The
have
their
the
Sutura Ormo, is that right?
yes, Struttura Uomo, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're great. I think there are times when I think the drawings are maybe over the top,
Mm-hmm.
and some of the proportions are strange. But there are a few of them. Like there's one which is the one about movement.
Yes, that's right.
I think it's crazy. I think it's just completely insane. Like
Right.
it doesn't look anything like. It looks like contemporary architecture. Like that's what this is about. But the last one
The
is
second one.
also about.
Yeah.
No, no, no. The last one is the third
Oh,
one.
third one. Okay, right.
The third one. That's the best one, I think. That's the
Okay.
best one because it gets into these like small anatomy, like tendons and all of this, and really clearly like gives you an understanding of where they are, where they attach, what it looks like. That if you were to get it like any one of them, I'd get that one.
Fantastic. Great.
The third, yeah.
Sure. Are there any other books at all that you'd recommend, Ilya?
Hmm. I mean, I would recommend, and I'm sure if you're interested in art, and like a lot of artists, I would just recommend collecting them. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
and a lot of artists, of course, they have tons and tons of art books, which are very heavy, and this is sort of a problem.
Mm,
But I mean, more importantly than art books on technique, I just think it's good to have monographs of artists,
mm,
like books with art in, so that you just have an understanding of like, or just keep expanding your understanding of art overall,
absolutely.
like who are these artists, so because that's more important than anything else. And like as you keep doing that, of course, you encounter books on technique. I do think one of the greatest books on composition is the pictorial composition book. That's what it's called,
Mm-hmm.
pictorial
Yeah.
composition. I think it's by Henry Rankin Poor.
Mm-hmm.
The old one, like they did a reprint, which is just terrible, but the old one is just available online.
Oh
It's
yeah.
you can download it. I've never owned it even. I downloaded it, but it's a
Download it.
marvelous book on composition, and so yeah. But there's a lot of them, and there's a
There
lot of
is.
great things on technique. But it shouldn't be all technique.
No, no.
It should also be artists.
And it really is incredible how many books there actually are out there on artist and technique. Anyway.
Oh, it's madness. Yeah, yeah. That's an incredible advantage of being part of Kringling, is that
Yeah,
they have an incredible
the
library,
library. Yeah, absolutely.
which is open all the time, and you can go there and tell them that you're interested in a book, and they'll purchase it, and it
Oh,
becomes part of the collection. God, it's mad. It's unbelievable.
that's
It's the greatest
fantastic.
thing.
To bring the interview up to the current day, what are you currently working on, Ilya?
I I'm kind of in between a few things. I mean, I started. I mean, I've had. I mean, I haven't had as much time to spend on kind of personal stuff, mainly because I moved and started a job that was a different job than one that I had, teaching at a higher education institution. But I did come up with, and I sketched out and painted a fair amount of ideas for paintings, because I planned them ahead
Mm-hmm.
uh, to a fair degree. But I started on a larger painting, but I stopped working on it because I came to this to like I kind of arrived at a point where I realized that I need to do something that I haven't done ever, like since I was a student at the academy, and that's
Sure.
basically just kind of paint,
Right, right.
paint without concept.
Mm-hmm.
Like just don't paint these enormous paintings, and just paint outside, paint people, paint images that are interesting, try to style, do what you can, but kind of make it painting that's a little more intuitive without thinking too hard about it, because I think that's what I currently need. And this goes along with what we were talking about, that like when you were asking me about like who I am kind of as an artist,
Mm-hmm.
and how I try to kind of get away from my education. And in a way, I think I was attempting to get away from my education, and it worked from the like in terms of the ideas for paintings that I have, and like the concepts that I'm working on and things like this.
Sure.
But that's kind of that's like I have to think about it. It becomes me getting away from my education, like on an intellectual level,
Yeah.
but it also needs to happen on a practical. And so for this, I just think it needs to be a kind of a return to something a little bit more unadulterated, a little bit more spontaneous, kind of more on the side of quantity than quality, and
Sure.
seeing. seeing what comes of it. So that's kind of like a roundabout answer, but I think that's an honest one, the most honest that I can give right now.
Sure. And I hear that a lot, Ilya, as well, with a lot of people who have studied in an atelier or an academy, years after graduating, they tend to get a bit too loose, and they miss the technique that they had whilst they were studying intensely in the academy. So they kind of go back, in a sense, and they focus more on academic exercises to re-skill and then go back to their personal work.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, I'm interested in doing that, but the skill is not is not my concern.
Sure.
It's currently skill that's more personal than based on what was educational.
Sure.
Than what I got from my education.
Right.
But it's still, it's about technique. Most definitely, it's about technique. It's not about concept. But it's sort of a way to make the technique more personal simply by just allowing it to happen.
Sure. So what is on the horizon for the future?
Well, it's kind of the same as always. Paint a bit more, experiment a bit more, exhibitions, explore potential for exhibitions, keep on teaching, and there are also some potential projects on the way that will definitely that will allow me to sort of branch out a bit more. But I won't say more about that because it's still very early, and I don't want to. It's just unclear at the moment. But I won't hide it. It'll be online and
sure
and stuff when it happens, if it happens.
Sure. Ilya, have you ever thought about returning to the Repin Academy to teach?
I don't know. No, I can't answer that really. I mean, it would be interesting, I think, but I don't know if that's even a possibility or something that I would really enjoy. Because on the one hand, probably it'd be interesting to work with students there, but I don't want to be part of the community that is that school.
Sure.
I think being a young instructor at that school is harder than being a student because it's so hierarchical.
Yes. Yeah.
And so you have to be a part of this, and they have to evaluate you as an instructor in a way that's kind of just insane, Sure. I'm not sure I want that or need that, and I don't think it'll be good for who I am as an artist, as opposed to teaching here at Ringling, where the community is remarkable.
That's right.
And all the artists here are great. And the greatest part is that the students are all extremely hard working, and so that's kind of all you need.
That's right. Sure. And I'd imagine teachers at Repin Academy would be invited to teach. Does that sound right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
they would be invited to teach. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you could probably. Yeah, there isn't a way. And also, you have to be from the Repin Academy.
That's right. Yeah.
I happen to be, but I have my doubts that they'd invite me.
Sure. Well, Ilya, it has been fascinating talking with you today and learning more about the Russian academic tradition and your life's work thus far. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and for clarifying many questions I have about the tradition. It will be interesting to see how the relationship between the Russian and Western traditions of representationalism will continue to unfold into the future. And I wish you the very best with your own work. Is there anything else you would like to mention or perhaps revisit before we conclude?
I think we've discussed pretty much everything under the sun here when it comes to this was exhausting and comprehensive, but awesome. This is kind of the power of the internet. It's possible to have a real a conversation that lasts as long as it has to cover all the topics. It's wonderful. And
absolutely.
I really appreciate this. I really do.
And likewise, Ilya, you've done an incredible job of answering my questions, and you've been really, really comprehensive. And it's conversations like this that really do get the heart beating and learning about the Repin Academy, and there's still places like this in the world where one can go and
For sure.
be connected to the tradition, which is just fascinating.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Would you like to provide your contact information so that listeners can get in touch with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you can go online. I will be probably in the near future. I will have some updates with some paintings
Sure.
on my website at www.IIiya Mirochnik.com.
Mm-hmm.
IIiya Mirochnik.
Mm-hmm.
And you can contact me off of the contact part of my website, but also you can follow me on Instagram at IIiya Miro.
Mm-hmm.
Ilya Miro. I go through periods of a lot of posting and often, and then long absences. But I am occasionally up there, and so and that's where I post a lot of the stuff I do, like in classes or stuff that's kind of like a sketch that I find interesting. So it's not necessarily paintings that I'd put online on
Mm-hmm.
my website. It's kind of stuff that's maybe a little bit more intimate. So and also you can contact me on Instagram as well if you need to. So
Sure.
that's
And
that.
in regards to the Russian academic drawing course that you're doing for New Masters Academy, how can listeners purchase that and study through that course?
If you go to nma.art, A-R-T, everything is explained on there, and you can purchase a membership, and you pay monthly, and you get access to all of their content.
Great. Fantastic.
That's kind of a great thing about them also, is that it's not, you don't pay per course.
Sure.
You pay, and then you have like unlimited access to all of their content.
That's fantastic.
And nma.art.
Anime.art. Great. Well, again, Ilya, thank you very much for your time today and for your incredible answers. It's been just fascinating speaking with you and learning more about the Russian academic tradition and about your own life's work. And I hope we keep in touch as we both move forward with our work.
Absolutely.
And one day I hope we catch up again soon, and maybe in person one day. Who knows? And
Yeah, for sure.
and
I'm down with it.
absolutely, and we can catch up and see how we're both going in the future.
Absolutely. I'm all for it.
Great,
I
great,
really I really appreciate this.
great. Me too, Ilya. Thank you very much, and I hope to speak again one day soon.
Absolutely.
Okay then. Bye bye now and take care.
Bye.
Bye bye.